Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us on August 29th, 2022 for the work session. We will start with a couple presentations. If I could have Whit Blanton, the Executive Director from Ford Pinellas, come forward for a Vision Zero presentation. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, Council members.
Good morning.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. We have a just a real short presentation. I'm sorry to be giving this against the backdrop of a pretty tragic day on Friday where we had 3 fatalities, 2 here in Pinellas County, and we just continue to have challenges on our roadways where we have double the national average of fatalities and injuries on our streets. Today I just want to explain a little bit about what we're asking, our Vision Zero initiative, and how we're approaching safety improvements in Pinellas County. So just quickly an overview of why Vision Zero. We recognize that we have a problem. In 2020 we initiated a Vision Zero effort, which is the goal of, long-term goal of 0 deaths on our roadways. We don't accept deaths in our airlines or on our train system, and if we killed 365 people a year on our planes, we would probably do something different with aircraft travel. So we have 2 people who are killed or severely injured on our roadways every day. Some days are obviously worse than others. We had 3,100 killed in serious injury crashes over a 5-year period. 465 of those were fatal from 2015 to 2019. And you can see it's a wide range of people who are affected by this, but most significantly are our vulnerable road users. And those are people who are riding motorcycles, bicycles, walking. It's also affecting disproportionately people who have no means of transportation other than maybe public transportation or walking or bicycling, our elderly and our youth, all affected disproportionately to the population. Vision Zero is a shared effort to address safety across a range of partnerships. It involves leadership and commitment, it involves engineering, it involves education and awareness, all of which have to go into a successful initiative. Through this effort, we've had a lot of outreach, a lot of engagement with our partners, and I'm happy to say that the Florida Department of Transportation is an excellent partner who really want to step up and move the needle on safety. And to that end, we are having a workshop for elected officials on October 14th at 10 o'clock at the Epicenter, where FDOT will be looking to engage with elected officials in Pinellas County on a dialogue on what we can really do to improve safety on all of our roadways. And you know, the fatalities we had on Friday were on local streets, but mostly they happen on state roads because those are the fast, wide, high-speed roads, and that's where we have the most conflict. So I'm glad that FDOT is at the table with us. Authentic engagement is a key part of this, where we've really tried to listen to the voices of people who have been affected by safety issues in our community, have them tell their stories of what they've lost, what they've encountered, and how they've adapted, and how we've responded. And so in some cases, we've even looked at a comprehensive evaluation. We review every fatal crash report, and we look for anything in there that can be addressed that is a systemic cause or a factor, whether it be engineering or lighting or design, speeding, and only about 30% of our fatal crashes involve impairment. So there's sometimes a false narrative out there that that's an overwhelming number, and it's about a third really. In terms of collision analysis, we have identified what we call a high injury network. By the way, Bel Air Road is not on that high injury network. And we've mapped those killed and serious injury collisions by type, by mode, across the county. And you know, it's everywhere. We have a problem across all of our roadways. So our challenge really is, how do you focus? How do you really identify where you can make a difference? And that takes consensus. It takes support at the local government level. It takes support by the community, and we really need to pick and choose where we can make a difference. 80% or 87% of our high injury network roadways have speed limits of 40 miles an hour or greater, and that just goes back to the statistic that you're much more likely to be killed if you're hit in a crash at a higher speed than at 25 or 30 miles an hour. 73% of the high injury network bounds or runs through a community of concern, a low-income community or a community where a higher percentage of the population doesn't have access to an automobile. So we have been working with several of our partners on countermeasures and demonstration projects, and by no means is this an exhaustive list, but we have done an evaluation of our collision profiles for pedestrian and bicycle crashes. In some cases, there's no contributing action. It's just somebody making a mistake. In other cases, failure to yield right-of-way, careless or negligent driving, and other factors. And there's some things that can be done to address that, and this is not a one-size-fits-all approach. It certainly needs to be a case-by-case approach where we look at the unique conditions of every roadway and every circumstance to see what is the best solution. In addition, we looked at non-engineering countermeasures, and this may be even ultimately more important because the engineering countermeasures take money and they take a will. With the non-engineering countermeasures, sometimes it's as simple as legislation. We've had bills in the legislature for several years now that aim to protect vulnerable road users, that increase penalties for people leaving the scene of a fatal crash or serious injury, and those bills go nowhere. They never make it out of committee for some reason. And yet the legislature is pretty happy taking away some of our safety devices like rectangular rapid flashing beacons because they don't understand them. We've done several demonstration projects with the City of St. Petersburg, with Indian Rocks Beach, and with other communities, Pinellas County, to test these different countermeasures to see what works. And then we've committed to doing before and after studies. We have done a before and after study of the mid-block crossing on the Duke Energy Trail at Sunset Point Road. We're going to be doing those for all of our Complete Streets projects going forward and all of our transportation alternatives projects going forward as well. This is an example of the near-miss technology that we deployed at Alt 19 and Curlew Road, one of our most serious areas where we have crashes. And what this technology did is use cameras to identify near misses that are out there, because we only know what's reported. We only know what actually happens. And a lot of our crashes involving bicyclists and pedestrians, if they're not serious, they're often not reported. So we think we're underrepresenting some of those. But what this was able to do is demonstrate how many people came really close to being seriously injured at this one intersection. And we just found 360 people driving more than 10 miles an hour over the speed limit over a period of just a day. 60 people driving around a red light. 61 people were walking and bicycling against the red light. And over 3,000 potential near misses observed over the reporting period. One intersection. So we were going around the county asking all the local governments to consider adopting a Safe Streets resolution. I know you don't need a resolution to do safety improvements here in the city of Clearwater. None of our cities needs that. But it signals a partnership and a shared commitment that in Pinellas County we're serious about changing the culture and the character of how we injure and kill people on our roadways. We developed an action plan in 2021. It's pretty broad. So now we are looking at drilling down into selected high injury network roadways to define specific remedies and solutions along those roadways. And we're working in partnership with Oldsmar, Gulfport, Largo, and Pinellas County on defined locations where we're applying this fall for a grant for the Safe Streets and Roads for All program that was funded through the infrastructure law. That program will be in effect over the next 5 years, and we would love to partner with the City of Clearwater at some point in the future on that. We have the following local governments that have adopted the resolution. I think Pinellas Park is considering it in the next week or two, and we'll be meeting with the City of Seminole, and those are the two cities that remain other than Clearwater to adopt this. We also have been working with FDOT on a program called geofencing, which is basically an awareness strategy to alert motorists in corridors that are known for high crashes and injuries. Courtney Campbell Causeway is one that's on our high injury road network, and DOT did this about a year ago, and it was a pilot program that I thought was really intriguing and successful, but they basically sent messages to people who were driving along Courtney Campbell Causeway on their phones after they were done driving, when they looked at their phones that said, hey, speeding here carries a $165 fine or something like that. But it just reminds people what the speed limit is. And I think that's part of it. And they found in this pilot program that as they did that over a period of a month, and then looked at the data that they showed that the average speeds were trending down closer to the posted speed limit. So we've now deployed this same geofencing program for Park Boulevard, one of our high injury network roadways, and we're eager to see how effective that is. But that's been in progress for about a month or so. So the key takeaways, there is a lot of support at our staff levels. We've talked to all of your staff, we've talked to the staff of the local governments, and people know that we need to do more for safety. We are limited by financial and staff resources like everybody is. I have a staff of 15. I know your staff has a lot of things to do in different directions. What we're asking is not a commitment of any funding. We're just asking for a commitment of partnership. It's a willingness to work together on demonstration projects, on projects that make sense in the community, and work with us to advocate, whether it's to FDOT or USDOT, to bring the dollars that we need to our community where we know we've got a problem and we know what we can do to fix it. One of the things we found is that bureaucratic red tape is a barrier to accessing safety funding. For instance, we have what's called a local agency program here. To use federal dollars, you have to be certified. Only a handful of our local governments are certified in that program, so that sometimes the county would have to step in for smaller local governments. And then we know that it's hard to get safety improvements for being proactive. So you often have to have a lot of injuries and some fatalities before you're eligible for safety dollars, because it's competitive and the money only goes so far, and that's unfortunate. So we're trying to identify these things in advance and do walking audits like we've done in the Lake Bellevue neighborhood and other places to identify what the community feels is unsafe and uncomfortable for them, and then get that in before we find that there's a problem later on. And then we're looking at technology, because I think that's going to be an increasingly big part of what we're doing. Pinellas County was just awarded a $5 million federal grant a little more than a year ago to augment their advanced traffic management system to help detect and identify potential conflicts involving bicycles and pedestrians at intersections. And I'm optimistic that that kind of technology will be useful over time. The big thing is we've got to sustain our commitment. A lot of the projects that we program are programmed 5 years in advance. And so what that means is we need a sustained commitment. And so if we put a project in the Transportation Improvement Program, gets funding from FDOT, we need to see that through. And often these are put 5 years out in advance, and we're working in partnership under the assumption that we're all in this together. So it really means that we need to stick together until we get those projects finished, if there's agreement at the council level at the outset. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but again, I'm just here to ask you to join the coalition and work with us on safe streets. Thank you.
Mr. Blanton, thank you for being here. Councilmember Albritton.
Thank you for coming today, Whit. We've been talking about this a long time, and Pinellas is the densest county in Florida. We have a lot of accidents here. I was out of town last week, and I discussed Vision Zero with a friend of mine that was from Tennessee, and they saw the data that we get 2 people killed daily, and they're like, "You got to be kidding me." I think we all see it. I ride the beach a lot. There are people now with cell phones, all the other accoutrements that they walk around with, and they don't pay attention anymore. People just walk across the street thinking that, they're going to win the battle between themselves and a car. So I'd really like to see this. It's kind of embarrassing for me that Clearwater's not on board with this, because there's only 3 out of the county that aren't. And we're included in that. I'd like to see Clearwater really support this, because it sends the message, and I know better probably than anybody that you want something done, you want the federal government to notice you, you gotta build consensus. So if we sign on board, I'm glad that we're talking about this today, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
I support it. Whit, why didn't you come to Clearwater earlier?
I did. I was here a year ago asking for this.
I don't recall that.
Yeah, it was back in March, I think, of a year ago. So I've asked, we've worked with your staff, a resolution is symbolic. It really is. But it
Well, I
does,
understand.
it symbolizes the partnership of working together to drive down fatalities.
So on slide 10, which is the engineering countermeasures, 61% of the accidents, there's really no blame that can be laid on either the drivers or the pedestrians.
That's not what that says. What it says
Okay,
is there's no
that's why I'm
contributing action, which means that somebody made a mistake. But it wasn't due to low lighting, it wasn't due to impairment, it wasn't due to high speed. It was just, somebody either wasn't paying attention or somebody stepped out in the road when they shouldn't have. That's how I interpret no contributing action. If there's a contributing action, it tends to be something like driver impairment or excessive speed or obstruction in the roadway, things like that.
So if somebody made an error, we don't know who that is really in that 61%.
Well, that's the challenge we have with safety is the person who survives is able to tell their story. The person who's dead is not able to tell their story. So sometimes we don't have accurate information.
And the 15% other factors, what are some of those that would be in that category?
Other factors, well, there could be that there is a physical condition that the driver had in the car. You could have a heart attack or something like that. You could have a road obstruction. There was a case recently where a child was killed riding a bicycle adjacent to US 19. The driver was trying to avoid a crash by coming up on a vehicle in front of him and veered over into the sidewalk. That may be one of those contributing factors, avoiding congestion or avoiding a crash.
Would weather be in there as well?
Weather would be in there as well.
Okay. So we don't have a clear, and on the heels of these losses of life this past week, I wish we had a better feeling for how many were driver error versus, if you drive Gulf to Bay on a regular basis, you see some of the most extraordinary things.
You do.
And I want to make sure there's a real education component for pedestrians as well as for vehicular traffic. Because I see so many people that are crossing Gulf to Bay mid-block with a signalized crossing 100 feet from them. It's astonishing to me. But people are like water, they go wherever they want. But they take their lives in their hands. And, there's tragedies on both sides. Because a lot of times, these people's lives are ruined that are the ones that are in the accident as well.
Well, I can tell you when I lived in Orlando, my babysitter was not paying attention and ended up killing 2 children being pushed by their mother across State Road 436. And I've kept in touch with her, and I know she still lives with that tragedy. And it was just a second and then attention. And she's really suffered the consequences too, but she didn't lose her 2 children. Speaking of Gulf to Bay, a couple of years ago we had a fatality of a gentleman crossing between the mobile home park and the Publix, just west of, or east of Belcher.
East of Belcher, yeah.
I looked at that location, and it's 1,000 feet to Belcher, and it was 1,000 feet or more to Old Coachman. Pretty far distance for a 79-year-old guy to walk. But yet, that's what they do. And then they stand on that median, which is 6 inches, 8 inches, and they look for a gap. That's unfortunate. But a lot of our roads, in Gulf to Bay is an example of that as you go further east. The traffic signals and the mid-block crossings are either non-existent or they're too far apart. And people won't walk out of their they won't walk a mile or half a mile or a quarter mile out of the way sometimes. We need to change that behavior. I'm not suggesting mid-block crossings go, every 200 feet on Gulf to Bay. That doesn't make sense. But we need to look at ways to, it's a 40-mile-an-hour speed. And I was driving in on Gulf to Bay this morning. I was passed by cars easily going 60 in that same stretch. So it's a combination of factors we have to deal with. And it's a culture.
So to that, how much is enforcement versus, actual physical changes to the roadways?
I think enforcement plays a huge role, but I think it's also a situation where we spread our police officers too thin, and they can't be there 24/7. And I've talked to Chief Slaughter about this, and I think he's a champion of safety. But he said, normally we issue tickets to change behavior. What do we do to, during spring break when so many of the people we might be issuing tickets to are going back to Ohio in a week? So that's part of the solution, but I think also engineering is another solution, because if you want to change behavior, you have to change design. And in some cases, we've got roads that are just designed for high-speed travel. And West Bay Drive is a real good example where we've got 12-foot travel lanes out there. We could narrow those lanes to 10, 11 feet and get a bike lane in there where none exists. Bel Air Bluffs told me, well, we need 12-foot lanes because we have a lot of boats and big cars. Well, US 19 has an 11-foot travel lane. I don't know if we need that on West Bay Drive. Those are some examples that are relatively inexpensive to do.
I'm going to support the resolution this go around. I guess the only thing that I'm still not completely on board with is all the complete streets. I think there are times when it disregards the fact that we still need to move traffic. And I can see instances where I believe it's too restrictive. But other questions or comments? Councilmember Teixeira.
So I think culture and inattentiveness plays a big role, because I've been blessed to be well-traveled. And when I go to Europe, there's no lanes painted, there's no speed limits. And I am too intimidated to drive there sometimes, and yet their fatalities are much lower than ours. I'm talking about like a car start, it's alarming to me, and yet they have less fatalities. And I think it's because they're attentive in the culture. So I'm not quite sure what the solution is. I don't think it's just one thing. I think just fixing the roads or the lanes is not the one thing that's going to work. I think it's many things combined. But I like the verbiage that you used, authentic engagement. I am supporting this resolution in the sense that I want to engage in addressing this, and I will support it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bunker.
I'm all on board, especially, zooming in on the map of accidents in the Clearwater area. There is too abundant a number of accidents that we've had in the area. I thought driving in LA was terrible, but when I came back here in 2013, I was stunned to see how crazy the traffic is here. So I'm all on board.
Vice Mayor Beck.
Good, it's good to see you. Thank you for the presentation. I had a couple of questions on the presentation. One of them you had answered, but it was striking to me that Curlew example, my question was over what was the time frame? And that was 24 hours, 3,000 near misses?
No, I think that was over a longer period. We really looked at it over about a week.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but maybe that 360, whatever that thing, okay. But regardless, so certainly I'm in favor of this. I'm interested a little bit in your statements about advocacy at the legislative level. And so I'm wondering, you said it's simple as legislation bills to aim to protect the vulnerable. Do you have a web page on legislation as the session begins? Do you send out email blasts for advocacy?
We do. We're careful not to use our federal dollars on that, so we use our local funding for advocacy. But we have a legislative committee on Fort Pinellas that is scheduled to be appointed in September, and will start developing its legislative platform in October. The session begins in March this year. So we usually put together a list of 5 or 6 items that we really want to pay attention to and advocate for. And safety is always one of those. The last couple of years I mentioned we were really fighting legislation that was filed by Representative Randy Fine over on the East Coast, which would have taken away the yellow rectangular rapid flashing beacons that we use at mid-block crossings. And fortunately, I think FDOT has made some changes in where those can be deployed, and he seems to be satisfied. But that got really close to passing, and we have We have over 300 of those deployed in Pinellas County, and it would have forced them to be removed and the crosswalks removed, because you wouldn't have been able to put a full traffic signal or a different kind of device there. So sometimes we're playing defense in Tallahassee. I'd like to do a little more playing of offense and maybe get one of our state representatives here to sponsor legislation that encourages safety. The vulnerable road users bill, we did get the move over, so you now have to give 3 feet of clearance for a bicyclist. That was recently passed. The handheld devices, driving with your cell phone, a watered-down version of that was passed, so that's at least progress, but it could be a little stronger. So there's some things we can do, and I would certainly welcome any support.
Okay, sure. And I can, and others can sign up for your, email blasts
Yeah,
about that kind of thing?
We can do that.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And then, and I understand that this is a resolution, and I kind of equate it to the Pinellas County affordable housing resolution, and that we signed on to, and I'm proud to have done that. But I wonder about how can we stay involved going throughout? Are you going to invite different representatives from the municipalities to meet quarterly or biannually or something to talk about what's going on, update it, rather than just, we signed it and then there it sits and I wonder what's happening?
Well, that's a good point. We do have a community traffic safety team that meets regularly here in Pinellas County. We also have the safety task force for the Pinellas Trail and the Safe Routes to School. We have a school safety transportation committee as well. So those are regular meetings and forums that typically involve staff, although some elected officials do sit on the school safety task force. And those have been around for a long time. I think our board meetings are other opportunities for that. But I agree with you. I think we need to have a discussion at least every year or every couple of years to remind people that we're working on this and that there's some efforts that are happening. So I don't intend to take these resolutions and just go off. Next year there'll be another call for federal funding, and we want to be able to use this resolution as a backdrop saying we're all in, and we deserve funding from the federal government for specific projects that are supported in the communities.
And then I guess one last question, and it's nice that that slide is up, but it was about the engineering countermeasures, the high visibility crosswalks. I think I had emailed you about, can we have all the crosswalks be reflective paint or tape or something that actually glows when cars approach them?
The company 3M has a really good mechanism for doing that, and I know Pinellas County is testing that. At the Pinellas Trail at Skinner, and where there's a 4-lane road crossing that and unfortunately we've had a fatality there too. So deploying that and seeing how effective it is, I really can't tell you what the cost is, so I'd be hesitant to say do it everywhere, but maybe there's some high visibility locations that we need to pay attention to.
I think along our beach, there are some darker spots with lighting, and it's just...
We have a challenge on the beach, and that's because from environmental,
Yeah,
the turtles,
right.
So more lighting on the beach runs in counter to some other goals. So maybe that reflective marking would be appropriate there.
I'm thinking, like I drive Coronado, and you've got those high rises that block the turtle.
Yeah, that may be
But it can be dark in there, and people are crossing all the time. It's 3 lanes. You have trucks that sometimes unload in the middle lane, and so that you can't see if somebody's trying to cross. It can be dicey in any kind of light, but yeah. Well, thank you for those answers.
Councilmember Albritton.
Yeah, just one final thought. The geofencing seems to be a very interesting concept. I know that the signage we have, it says slow down, you're going too fast. I think I understand the back of that has license plate readers, cameras on it, that I was wondering if there's a way that they could tie the phone numbers with the license and get them a text, of course they probably wouldn't read it right there, but at least something go, uh-oh, I'm being watched,
Right. I don't know about that. That's something one of your staff would have to answer. But we do have the technology to use cameras to to enforce speeding and things like that. That's not been something that's been supported here in Pinellas County. We have the speed cameras on Belcher and Gulf to Bay, and the speed camera, I think there's one on Chestnut as well as you get into downtown. That has been controversial to apply that. Those speed feedback cameras do work though, where they show what you're speeding. We've seen that when those are deployed, that average speeds tend to go down by a few miles an hour. They can be effective. Because I don't think people realize, you're driving down a road and you're driving what's comfortable. And if the road's straight and you've got 12 feet of the lane width, not on Drew Street, but on most of your streets, you've got plenty of room, it's easy to just look down and say, oh, I shouldn't be driving 50 on this road.
And then you have a hill involved like Drew Street, and gravity takes over and you,
Yeah.
yeah. Thanks, Whit.
So I'm hearing consensus to support?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bland.
Thank you so much, Mayor.
Item 2.2.
Coachman Park Governance Stakeholder Group Project, Kathy Blaha.
Morning, Mayor and Council. Jim Halios, Director of Parks and Recreation. The item that we'll be discussing before you today is the Coachman Park Governance Workshop recommendations from the group. A little less actually than a year ago, staff engaged with Kathy Blaha Consulting to discuss a framework for different governance groups that we could possibly utilize for Imagine Clearwater going forward. For those of you that were on council at that time, Kathy Blaha met with each of you individually to get your ideas of the type of governance group that you would like to see moving forward. And then from that, Kathy developed a list of stakeholders that she had spoken with, and conducted 3 community meetings with this stakeholder group to get some recommendations and feedback on what the community would like to see in their governance working group. So today Kathy is here to present her findings and the recommendations moving forward, and then Chris Cook will follow up with next steps. So I would like to introduce Kathy Blaha to give the presentation.
Thanks, Jim. Good morning, y'all. Nice to see you again.
Good morning.
Let's see if I can just press buttons here. Here we go. So as you all remember, except for Commissioner Teixeira, we talked generally about the state of park partnerships and what might be appropriate for Clearwater. And I talked to a number of stakeholders, many of you, those you suggested. We brought together a working group. We met 3 times. We talked about a lot of different things of what's going on around the country in terms of case studies and what might be appropriate for Clearwater. And we ended up with a series of recommendations. So I'm going to just walk you through a little bit of what the working group went through. We started, of course, with the master plan, the vision that was set forth, and the park values that were set forth about what kind of a place people wanted this to be. We talked a lot about why a park partnership, particularly in a place like Clearwater, where there's a fair amount of capability, and voters chose to spend $80 million to redo Coachman Park, which is very different than a lot of other places around the country, where a Friends of group or a conservancy's first job is to raise the money. Here in Clearwater, it's really about making that community connection, promoting the park, marketing it, and helping to develop programming. So our goals were pretty much established by what came out of the master plan. One was to be focused on that vision, which had already been vetted by 1,500 folks who came to public hearings and others to express their views. We wanted to make sure that whatever we created was additive, that it created value and supporting the city, and particularly by bringing skills, capability, sort of an entrepreneurial look at what the private sector could do in addition to the public sector. And of course, we wanted to be equitable and inclusive and as broad-minded as we could about this effort. We looked at a number of case studies, and I just throw 3 in here as examples, because I think they're illustrative of things that could be useful here in Clearwater. One was the Delaware River in Philadelphia, which Jim and I actually just saw at a City Parks Alliance conference a couple of months ago. And it was important because it was a place that had kind of been abandoned and difficult to get to. And so what it took was a fair amount of rebranding and marketing and promoting to drive people to that site. Not unlike Clearwater, where Coachman Park will have been closed a year, year and a half because of construction, sort of getting people used to coming back to the site again. So that marketing function was something that we thought a Friends of group could also function for. Another case study we looked at was Austin, which has a lot of similarities. They built a major amphitheater in their park. They did a very good job of community engagement, and we talked a lot about how they did that, and they did that through programming. Not so much just sort of calling public meetings or putting something online, but really driving people to the site with events, with terrific programming, and then using that to gather information about what people wanted and how they wanted to use the park. And in particular, they did a great job with art, not unlike Millennium Park in Chicago. And then we also looked at Seattle, which has a pretty strong Friends of group, another good model for Clearwater. And what they do particularly well is programming. And they do a lot of interesting things, including these sort of pilot sites and demo sites, which allow people to come to the site and try new things, just to get a sense, again, of how people want to use the site. You know, the theme here through marketing and promoting and community engagement and programming is really making that connection to the community, because they're going to be the ones that are going to drive the success of the park. And then again, just to sort of walk through what a Friends of group might do, and we call it a Friends of group because it's so early in the history of Coachman Park, it's not really clear what a private partner is going to do with the city. And so we started calling it a Friends of group rather than something more formal like a conservancy. And just to sort of walk people through how the Friends of group works, it's really your liaison back to the community to get a sense of how to bring people to the table to understand what people want to have happen there. So it's about forging those partnerships with community and making those connections stick through ongoing engagement, not just a short-term thing. And then again, this idea of testing and piloting and trying new things in the park. We had a lot of interest from groups who came to the table, from formal institutions like the YMCA and the Clearwater Arts Alliance, to much more informal ideas from neighborhood groups about what could happen there. And so this idea is that they will bring their ideas, test them, use them in the park, see what works. All of those ideas will bring more people to the park, and so create more supporters and more champions for the park. So the working group, we had about 24 people, and the list is at the back of your materials for this meeting. We came up with a set of recommendations, nothing very radical. Again, starting slowly, trying to understand how a Friends group can bring value to what the city is already doing. Everyone agreed that it was an important step to actually create a new group, and chose to call it a Friends of group. Just this sense that it had a community connection and not just strictly driven by the city. That the Friends of group was going to be important because it was not just going to be an exclusive organization, but it was going to be a network. And I have a graphic here in a minute to show you what that looks like. We thought it was important to come back to the council and say that there was a strong interest by this group in creating a new organization, and that we wanted the council's endorsement that a Friends of partner was a good idea from the city. Their first order of business is really to do an engagement effort to try to connect back, not just about what the vision for the park is, but how the park should be used. And Chris is going to talk a little bit about that in a minute. And to take those ideas and to try to create a shared vision, move that next step from the vision of the master plan to the vision of how the park is going to be used and the values behind that. And then to actually issue out a call for proposals and ideas of what should happen in the park and what that first year of programming might look like. So there's a nice little visual to show you Coachman Park is kind of at the center here. Parks and Recreation is taking the lead, it's the larger bubble. And the network then really connects back to city parks and would be connected back to the work that Chris and Jim are doing. And of course that network includes all the usual suspects, from the neighborhood groups to the business leaders, certainly to Ruth Eckerd Hall. We had health providers at the table, all kinds of folks who have ideas about the kind of programs that could happen in the park. So we outlined kind of a sense of almost a mission for what that Friends Of group would do. First of all, it would be about engagement. Second of all, it would be about sort of strengthening that engagement into real connections, what should happen in the park, how we're going to work together. And what we've seen in other cities is that private-public partnership, that understanding of community connection and what the community wants, creates more confidence in investors and funders to help support what that vision is. The promotion idea, the idea that people need to come back to Coachman Park as it's a different place, it's a new place, it's exciting, is something, again, that the Friends Group can do, that new branding. And then thinking longer term, and what happens in other cities, a lot of what these Friends Up and Conservancy groups do is help with stewardship, that long-term vision for taking care of the park, maintenance, renewing it, and there's lots of ways that they do that over time. So really quickly, next steps, kind of setting up for what Chris will talk a little bit about. We brought a lot of people to the table to start who had strong interest in the park, and they're the basis for moving forward. But this group, I think, is going to look next to look for innovators. What can we do in the park that is really unique, really interesting, that's going to drive visitorship? So looking to recruit more partners who can bring more creative ideas to the park. This notion of a shared vision, if you think about it, there's lots of different ways that the park can work, lots of different things that can happen in the park. So the idea is to try to put a little bit of a boundary on that. What is it that we're really after? Do we want everyone in the park to come? Is it about families? Is it about regional tourism? What does that vision look like? And then how do we build around that? Obviously, it's all about communication and engagement. So it's about social media. It's about tremendous amount of community outreach to help people understand that this is a place for everyone, that there's opportunity to do a lot of different things in the park, and that we want their feedback to get there. There were some great examples. The pictures here are from a space on the Seattle waterfront where they actually opened a storefront right on the waterfront, open every day, allowed people to come in and out, understand what was going on in the park, what the calendar was, and how they could contribute. It was a really clever idea. This is just a summary of our meetings over the spring and early summer and where we are now. And that group and the City Parks Department and Chris and Jim are ready to go if you guys are ready to go. I'm going to take it back to the recommendations and set it up for Chris to talk a little bit about next steps.
Morning, Mayor and Council. Chris Cook, Senior Manager, Parks and Recreation. Wanted to first thank everybody that was involved in this process so far. There was a lot of great people, as you see in your document, that gave their time and energy. And so the thing we want to do as staff is to make sure we're using this as a jumping off point to continue taking what they've done so far and to really use Kathy's guidance to make the most out of the process so far. So I'm going to use what she had laid out in those next steps as kind of our bigger bullet points for this. So first, she had listed the recruiting innovators. So as you've seen so far, there's been a good engagement with the community, but we're looking to make that even wider. So we're going to use those who have already been involved to get with their networks of people, use internal and external partners of the city to really cast a wide net to invite people to come in to join in the process of talking about what this park looks like and how we're going to use it and how we're going to activate it. There is a lot of excitement, and I've talked about this a lot over the last year plus. We've had a lot of historical events that are, now displaced by Coachman Parks being closed, and that excitement is only building for them to return, as well as just around the industry. I was just at a Florida Festivals and Events Association conference last week, and there are multiple people that were lining up to talk to me about how they could book their event in Coachman Park. So there is a lot of excitement around the industry as well. So that then leads into the next point, which was developing a shared vision. We're looking at scheduling 3 community workshops, which would center around programming and activation. Again, we would cast a wide net for those to attend those. And really the focus would be developing community engagement strategies and communication strategies, creating programming plans and the criteria is needed to be able to do those programs in the community, and then weaving them together so that we have the community outreach with also attractive programs that will make positive impacts in the community and will also attract potential financial capital into the events and activations within Coachman Park. And then finally, that the workshops will conclude with sort of the really practical how-to. How do you book an event there? How do you participate in an event? How do you become a vendor? Some of those practical things we want to make sure are part of those workshops as well. So we're going to recruit innovators, develop shared vision. And then the third bullet that Kathy talked about was the communication, engagement, and I added education here as well. So a few major storylines that we've talked about is the branding and the communication. Right now, there's a lot of voices that go out to the community with what events are going on, what restaurants are doing, and we really want to tie those all together and have a cohesive communication strategy in downtown. A couple of examples that we're looking at modeling are the Gas Lamp District in San Diego, as well as the San Antonio Riverwalk. Those are areas that really do a good job. If you're on vacation, you go to one stop, you see everything that's going on there, and those are good models that we're looking at. There's also opportunities to use the park for educational activations and to use our already strong partners that the city works with, Ruth Eckerd Hall, Jazz Holiday, Clearwater Marine Aquarium, Historical Society. We could go on and on, but how we can use areas within the park to where they can add educational components, and we can also showcase some of those great partners that we have in the city. And then another really important part is the connection that this park has with other areas. So we're going to connect the activations within Coachman Park to the beach, to the waterfront, to Ruth Eckerd Hall amphitheater events, and then throughout the downtown, all the way from Crest Lake Park. We want it to have one cohesive look to it. When people come and park, they're entertained as they travel into the activation or the event that they're going to. And if there's an amphitheater event that night, there may be a run or a 5K in the morning. We really want it to have cohesion with all that we're doing from a activation perspective. So internally and externally, again, we want to cast that wide net out to get as many people involved in these workshops as possible. And then, and Kathy may be able to speak more about this, and then we're not going in and saying, here's what this group has to do or look like, and let that kind of develop over time. That answer any questions? Kathy, you have anything else? Oh.
Questions? Councilmember Beckman.
Thanks. So I just wanted to start off with an understanding of language and what we're talking about. When we talk about Coachman Park and this group with a big vision and the partnerships and how we want to activate it, are we talking about, I tend to think about, so we've got Imagine Clearwater, we've got Coachman Park, we have the amphitheater. I tend to think of this overview, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, as more of how are we going to activate, I'm going to say the family park or the community park of Imagine Clearwater, because we're going to have a section that's the park, and then we're going to have a section that's the amphitheater. So what are we looking at today as far as activating it, scheduling it, feedback about what they want to see in this part of Coachman Park?
Yeah, so what we've heard is what we were looking at as those areas that surround the amphitheater, not really including the amphitheater necessarily in this discussion. So, but we all want it to all make sense. We all want it to, like I said in the presentation, cohesive. But I think what we're hearing is that there's a lot of different areas around there that can be used. We still want it to be a park that people can just go to and enjoy without being over-programmed. So I think that balance is something we're going to work on initially with groups like this to say what is a good balance for things that are planned and programmed, and then what can just be for general community use, and then what frequency is a big part of that as well. So how many activities and activations do we want to have that occur weekly, monthly, quarterly, and those sorts of things. So at this point, I think we in those workshops, we want to listen to what the community is saying. There's no shortage of ideas, so everybody will always have ideas. But we want to really look at making sure the ideas we have, those outside event producers that are talking to us, as well as ideas that staff has aligns with what the communities and the council's looking for.
So when you talk about planned and programmed, again, and people are approaching you and they want to come and plan an event or schedule an event down there, we're talking about the park section, not scheduling the stage at the, whatever our amphitheater is going to ultimately be named, right? It's not that big stage, the Ruth Eckerd Hall Management Stage. It's the park. And so if people are thinking about a stage or a music production or Shakespeare in the Park or whatever, that means scheduling a stage from the Parks and Rec Department and things like that. That's kind of what we're talking about?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah,
Okay.
those areas outside of the amphitheater,
Yep.
and that includes even Station Square Park and the downtown streets.
Crest, all the way up to
All the way
Crest
up to
Lake?
Crest Lake, so that we have different areas and different spaces to be able to complement what's going on in downtown.
Okay. And so when we talk about, when you've got the slide, I think it's that one, this group wants free, I think that first little box is Friends, it's the all blue, I think it's slide 8. Friends forges partnerships with community organizations and local businesses to create free events. So that's free to attend. I get concerned about the community groups that want to perform there or, about the cost of being able to have Shakespeare in the Park or have an improv group there or, a pet show or something. So I just want to be clear on what what part of the park we're talking about and who's involved. One of the things I, am a little bit concerned about is the group of participants in this, is, I'm wondering, I recognize some of the names, but I'm looking at them and I'm thinking, is anybody a renter in Clearwater? If our average income is about $50,000 a year, do we have anybody that has children 12 and under on that group, on that, working group? It's just, as you said, you want to cast a wide net as you move forward with these 3 meetings. I really hope we can get parents and, and young people, teenagers, 20-year-olds, 30-year-olds. And I know it's hard to get people to come to meetings, believe me. But I think, that voice needs to be represented too.
I'll make a brief response to that. I will say you're absolutely right. It's very hard at the beginning when you're talking about somewhat abstract ideas like friends of and conservancies, because I spent a lot of time talking to people on the phone and in person, and they were ready to jump into programming. And I think they're ready to come to the table. And so Chris's idea of workshops and open houses, when you're really talking about what's going to happen versus what the governance structure is, I think you're going to get a lot more people at the table.
Good.
And one other thing I wanted to address was your comment about free and how challenging it can be for community groups to bring programs without a lot of resources. 2 models on that. One, the city of Tallahassee and their Cascade Park, they actually set aside a fund every year of $60,000, and they award that out to community groups in a matching way to allow them to raise funds to bring programs to the park. And second, down in Sarasota, they have a partnership with a foundation, and the foundation then sets aside funding on a matching basis for community groups to allow them to have the resources they need.
Great. And then on slide 9, you've got this working group recommendations. And so are you going to have those 3 community outreach meetings before the issue a September call for ideas from the community for activation ideas, or is that part of the 3? It's the issuing a call is part of those 3 meetings?
Yeah, that would be
Okay.
included in what we would be doing right from the onset, is to say, here's ideas we've had, and then an open call for more.
For more, okay. Thank you.
There are 4 people on that list that have kids under 12.
Are there?
Yes.
Great, fantastic.
There may be more, but I know of 4.
All right,
So,
that's good.
Councilmember Albritton.
Well, there are a few of us in the room that go all the way back to the ULI study and what they originally proposed for the park. And I think we're meeting those goals. And, you know, they talked about a conservancy all those years ago. I wasn't really sure how that was gonna work. I really like the way this is set up with Friends of, because it's not so rigid. It gets people that are interested in doing things there to get together and then figure out what those things are gonna be. Now, you know, we have a DDB and we got a CRA in that district, so, and they both support funding for entertainment. And the way it works now is if, let's say, a group wants to come and use the hill for a go-kart race. I mean, basically they go to CRA or they go to DDB and they get the funding for it. They don't necessarily have to do that. We already have that set up. And that it's inclusive in the park. It goes all the way down to the water. So I see them, those two groups, active in helping fund some of these things with smaller groups that want to come into the park. So I don't think that's going to be a problem. But anything that anybody does there that's an organized function is going to need support, because they have to go to Chris, first of all, to get a permit to do it. I mean, to just go down in the park, you don't need a permit, but if you're organizing a group of so many people, you're going to need to get a permit. Make sure that, you know, that police is involved, if need be, that, you know, your dumpsters or whatever you need to do. That's all set up already. I mean, we've been doing that for 20 years. So I don't see any, I think this is a good first start on this, and I'm glad we're starting it now before the park's open instead of waiting till it's actually open. Let's get started on, because I'd like to see an active park throughout the whole park, and maybe not even take the amphitheater off the table. If somebody comes in and says, hey, we want to do something downtown and move it into the park, it's not just the park. It's, like you said, from Crest Lake all the way down. I want to see a bunch of activities connecting everything together, because that's what's going to really be the key to vibrancy and turning our downtown around.
Kathy, you've given examples of successes, and I don't want names, but do you have examples where partnerships didn't work, and why? I've always learned as much from bad examples as good examples.
Yeah, I don't have an example of where they didn't work, but there are examples of where it takes time to figure out roles. And so you oftentimes, like in the case of Clearwater, you have a very strong city, a lot of capability, and the capital dollars to build a park, which is unusual. And so what often happens is sometimes you get a stronger private group that comes along with a different vision, and sometimes it's a bit of a clash. But I haven't ever seen one where they folded and left because it didn't work. But I have seen them where they fought. I mean, it's sort of like who's got responsibility here? And where there's that much confusion, that's where the Friends group really plays a role, because it functions as kind of a vehicle for having those conversations. So the one I'm thinking of off the top of my head is Prospect Park in New York, where there were so many different community groups and so many different ideas of what should happen, and confusion over having the men's drum group next to the kids something or other. And so what they did is they created what they call the COMCOM, the Community Committee. And that group meets 4 times a year, 80 members, all signed on. They're representing organizations and neighborhoods and all that, and they work that out, and then they work that out with the city. So most of the challenges are complexity around roles and responsibilities. And that's why I'm pleased that Councilman Albritton agrees that starting slow is not a bad thing, because what you're trying to do is identify the gaps. You know, where can the city be successful and where can it not? Where does it need help? Reaching out to potential private funders, that strong community connection, that promotion, that social media campaign, all of that stuff is stuff Friends of groups can help with, but that's just going to take time to define those roles. So going slow can avoid some of those longer term problems.
So we have Friends groups around Pinellas County with different cities. We have them in our city. Some of them I've seen to be very successful, others not so much. I sometimes wonder, with Clearwater being as big a city as it is, compared to some of our neighbors, I often hear from citizens, if there's a Friends group, we think our taxes ought to pay for X, Y, and Z. And so do you ever run into, groups, that they really never get off the ground the way you'd hoped, because there isn't that financial support to elevate what's going on with a park or whatever it is, whatever site, to a higher level, because they don't think it's really their responsibility.
The two things that are going to make a Friends group work are leadership, finding the right leaders, and two, clarity of purpose. I think a lot of those Friends group, advisory groups, all those groups out there, the clarity of purpose is very muddy. Sort of like support us, generally support us. And so what we want to work with Chris is that really understand what kind of Friends group do. Very clear goals, very clear mission, that allows them to go to the Pinellas Community Foundation or a private foundation and say, we need to do these three things. Not so much general support and hanging around waiting for Chris to say, here's what I need you to do. So I think that shared vision, that understanding of a clarity focused on a programming schedule for the next year, the community connections that need to be made, counting visitorships, understanding your impact, all of those things need to be really clear that are going to drive people to say, oh, I want to be a part of that. I want to be leadership as a part of that, and maybe we can get the local foundation to support, because we're clear about what we need.
Yeah, I love the passion that a potential Friends group can bring. I love the consistency that staff brings, because they're not volunteers.
Yeah.
Volunteers are great until they've got another, priority, and then they go ahead and take care of that priority because they're volunteers. I get it. Mr. Margolis, from a charter standpoint and in setting up structure for this, are there any things that you would like to point out or emphasize?
I don't have a lot of concerns from a charter standpoint,
Okay.
but I certainly agree with the points being raised about the clarity of purpose. I think is extremely important. That's a business decision, but certainly I would agree that if there's no clarity of purpose, this will be very difficult for this to succeed.
So next steps, you're calling for additional ideas and proposals. What's that going to look like?
Yeah, I think that what the first one of three would be that wider call, getting more people to come in, and during that time, talk about what Kathy was saying with developing what that clarity of purpose is. We're gonna find out who's going to be really committed to this and who's not, who just wants to come in and give us ideas for events, but doesn't necessarily want to be part of those things. So I think a lot of surveys, a lot of polling, a lot of getting data back from those people who attend on how involved they want to be, and then over the next 2 and 3rd meeting, starting to kind of, I guess, shape that a little bit more into those that are going to be more involved and creating that, whether it's mission statements or having it aligned with Clearwater statements, but having, using the data that we get during the first group of meeting to create that clarity of mission.
So
And ideally, that clarity is going to drive leadership and new membership because they'll understand what you're after.
And I should also note, not coming into this assuming I know all the answers to this, so we have been communicating still with Kathy on what these first steps would be for having a very robust meetings.
But so how are those going to be public meetings at our rec centers or libraries? How are you going to advertise them?
Yep.
And I just want to also be sensitive to the fact that we're about to have a lot of public meetings about the referendum. I don't want to muddy the waters too much or over, tax people going to meet. We can over meeting people.
I think a better way to look at it as an open house. And Chris has suggested using the library, which is a great public venue, and set it up as kind of a reintroduction, if you will, to the park and what's going to happen, and all the terrific videos and graphic visuals that there are, and then use that opportunity to ask people what they want to see happen, and also to share what the city's already doing. So it's very much a fun event. It's not a formal public meeting. And then after that, those names and those folks might be winnowed down a little bit to the folks who want to take it to the next step in developing the shared vision. But it's not your usual sort of public meeting session. It's really much more open house, much more general gathering.
I just don't want to compete, but we can talk about that internally. Think you understand why, Mr. Jennings?
Yes, sir.
Vice Mayor?
We could, what if we had, not to start workshopping it, but what if you had some kind of a poster, large display in each of the rec centers and/or libraries that just said, we need your feedback, and let people write or, check boxes or do something that way. That way we could really hit diverse populations and parents, people with
Absolutely.
kids.
Online and in those places.
Yeah. And have it open for, a month or whatever your time frame is. So that's an easy flow, and it's not competing with a referendum necessarily, as a public meeting.
Anything else? Very good, thank you for the update. Item 3.1.
Review a presentation regarding the city's energy conservation program with Synergistic.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. This Melody and Sustainability Specialist. This morning we're joined by David Goff, Plant Manager of Synergistics, and his team to provide an update on our energy conservation program thus far. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'm actually James Newkirk. I am the measurement and verification lead for the program. I can get us started. So here to my left is Ms. Kristen Wheatley. She is our energy specialist that's been hired and is dedicated specifically to this account. She has one sole purpose, and that is to help the city of Clearwater conserve and save energy. She's new to our company, but comes with a lot of great experience in the hospital field and with the energy turbine projects. And Mr. Goff, there's Mr. Goff. He's going to pick it up from here.
Good morning. Appreciate everybody allowing us to come and present to you today. But my name is David Goff. I'm the client manager here for the Synergistic Energy Conservation Program, and we're very excited to be here and partnering with Synergistic. Thank you for the opportunity to come and present to you today our early implementation of our program. And I would like to introduce my team to you right now. I think James had started. Kristen Wheatley is our energy specialist here in this account, embedded here all the time. Anthony Adams is our technical specialist here, that is here pretty regular. James Newkirk, y'all met James. James is our data analyst here assigned to the account. I'd like to let Kristen introduce herself a little bit and tell you a little bit about her.
Yes, thank you for the introduction, both David and James. Nice to see you guys. Thank you so much for your time. So I have a background in many special projects in different fields, which brings quite a bit of experience to the field. I'm really excited to meet with all of the City of Clearwater employees. I've had just a great time so far in starting this program and getting all the city employees on board for our initiative. And I just love the City of Clearwater, and actually just had my 1-year anniversary about a year ago, and got married here in the courthouse, so it's a very special place to me.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, this is a very important program to us and a very important place to all of us. And our program is designed not to only realize savings, but also to be sustainable for generations to come. Just please understand, this is not just another green initiative. Okay. We're very excited, as I say, to be here and partnering with the city of Clearwater. And after much research, Clearwater partnered with Synergistic. We are the national leader in energy conservation. All we do is partner with organizations around the United States to implement energy conservation programs. We're very unique at what we do. Synergistic provides a level of expertise in energy conservation and the energy conservation and management that is unmatched and demonstrated by our 14 straight years partnering with Energy Star and receiving the EPA's Energy Star Award. With Synergistic's technology-enabled and science-backed process, data and expertise, organizations have been able to achieve 20 to 30% savings and often much more with our program. Our program is, as I say, technology-enabled. We have a unique patented software system that we use in our tools. It helps us identify and address savings opportunities and find billing issues, and it helps us keep score on how we're doing. Our process is unique, as I say, but we look at everything in your organization that uses energy, and we make sure that each one is optimized. And that really means that it's working as it should and working when it should. We look at areas that many people don't think about in savings. And again, it is a continued, unique process that we look at every area in the organization. Okay, now I'll let Kristen talk a little bit about what she does her day-to-day now.
So right now in the program, I'm in the process of meeting all the city employees, and leadership has been very welcoming to my site visits. I'm able to look at each location, evaluate through my audit processing, and see where there's opportunities to save energy and to conserve. And right now I've hit about 50% of the buildings that are here within the city of Clearwater. So about halfway there. It's quite a big account, and we're excited to continue investigating and seeing how we can help, working very closely with building and maintenance, Mark Jansen's team with HVAC and electricians, and following up on work orders to support the site locations for all of the city buildings. Any questions?
Questions?
Good right now.
Got one more? So we are starting our policy, and that a part of my position will be really talking with the city employees and encouraging being good stewards, not only at the leadership level, but anybody that uses the facilities throughout the city of Clearwater. And we have certain set points that we've set for different guidelines, just communicating that and being an advocate for the entire city. But so far I have received incredible feedback, very positive from everyone throughout the city of Clearwater. So I'm very encouraged so far. And now James will present.
Thanks. Our engineers are very technical. They get deep into your equipment and how it operates, but ultimately it's a people program. It's a program that develops relationships, uses communication to help us all be good stewards of the energy that Clearwater is consuming. And communication is absolutely key. This opportunity, thank you. This is a great way for us to kick off that communication here within your organization. The staff, as Kristen mentioned, has been terrific. We really enjoy working with the staff here in operations. They've been very supportive of our efforts, and we're going to save a lot of energy, and it's going to be a terrific program. And saving energy is really there's two things that happen when you save energy. Not only is it beneficial to budgets and to expenditures, but there's also an environmental impact. And we'll be happy to share that information with you in upcoming opportunities, but we're going to lower the carbon footprint of the city of Clearwater, which is going to have a positive environmental impact as well. I'm going to ask Mr. Anthony Adams to talk a little bit about the technical initiatives that we've done.
Hi, everyone. This right here is just an overview of how many hours in collaboration with the City of Clearwater's maintenance department that we've reduced since April when we came in. It's quite significant. Impacted space, and it's about 350,000, and on a weekly basis, about 837 hours. When we say that, we're referring to setting back, mastering the unoccupied, finding basically when buildings can basically not impact your normal day-to-day operations. It's fantastic. This actually is a fine example of this building. This feels wonderful in right now, but we have been able to optimize this building as well. You can see on the main library, I don't have my reading glasses, about 4 hours weekly have been actually taken back, and it's preserving the integrity of the building as well as health. Any questions or comments before? Who's next on that? So we actually have some.
We'll go to the very end and then we'll ask questions.
So in my role as a measurement and verification lead, it's my job to use the data, whether it's utility data or meter data, to help communicate and understand our impact. This is an example of what's called smart meter data or interval data. This is the main meter at North Greenwood Rec. And this information comes from 15-minute intervals at this meter across 2 weeks of consumption. So if you see kind of the peaks, you'd imagine that is sort of the daytime when the temperatures are warmer and the building's using more energy. And the valleys would be the evening and the setback opportunities. And if you look on the left side of that orange line, that's kind of before our initiatives. And you'll notice that the valleys are about 20% of the peak. And then after Anthony and his team have worked on the programming and the setback and the optimization of the equipment, we're now seeing 50 to 60% drops in consumption from that from that daytime peak to the overnight time period. And as Anthony mentioned, the main library here, there's been also some work done with the programming here as well. This is just kind of a different view of the same type of information and what the consumption is overnight on a daily basis between that 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. The orange bars are pre-optimization, and the blue bars are then, again, about a 50% drop in overnight consumption.
To wind up the presentation, we'd be remiss if we didn't thank the many people that's been involved in helping us and supporting us in our launch here. Really want to thank the city manager's office for sure, and the help and support we've gotten there. The general services, they've been instrumental in this initiatives to date. A lot of help, a lot of support in working with us. The IT department has been instrumental in helping us and supporting us, as well as the finance. We've bothered those people a lot getting bills. We go back and load 3 years of all the billing information across the city. So the number of bills, I think it's 2,200 or some crazy amount on a monthly basis. So the people that take care of that, lot of information. But again, I wanted to give you a feel, and again, really appreciate the opportunity to come here today. But just we've had a wonderful start in our investigation, in our discovery. The staff has been very supportive to date. Kristen and I was on the beach last week or 2 weeks ago, and we needed to talk to one of the lifeguards. And so somebody got on the radio and called a gentleman off the stands right in front of us, and he came and just showed us around and gave us an update of his office and activities and when they're there and all that stuff. But had just a great attitude of support and help. So we really appreciate that. I want to emphasize that we're right on our timeline. We're right where we thought we would be in our implementation right now, so we feel very good about that. Again, gathering a lot of data points, and so we know exactly where we are at all time in this discovery phase. But we feel very positive about where we are at this point, at this time. So anyway, with that, all that being said, we'll answer any
Questions? Councilmember Albrecht.
Okay, well, I was glad to see us get started on this. And so we're in the discovery phase right now. You've got some buildings listed on here and the hours saved. I guess, I know it'd be a hard question, but what's the dollar amount on the hours? I guess it would be different for every building. But so where do we go from here in your next phase? Are you going to be monitoring more? Are you going to come to us for recommendations on maybe changing fixtures, or where do we go from here?
Right now, it's all the discovery, and it's the behavioral, implementing the behavioral side of it, meeting with the different organizations, the different directors, and again, continuing to really understand. We are making the changes behind the scenes right now. We have been in about, as Kristen said, about 50% of all the buildings in Clearwater. Some of the buildings are large buildings. Some of them are very small. Some of the buildings have automation systems in there. Some have just programmable thermostats or thermostats. So, but again, we're working with Micah's office and making some recommendations here and there. But our recommendations have been slow, and we're building up, I guess is what I want to say. We know the goals, the end goals of the policy and the guidelines are to take it to where we're capturing every bit of the unoccupied times. And we're getting close to that point right now. We've actually implemented about 4 different changes to the systems at this point. We're trying to do it behind the scenes where it's very quiet. And
so what are your time benchmarks? Are you looking at, like, in a year, will we have a report on savings in a year, and then maybe after that?
We will have a complete, we will know, our full data release is about a month away, and so we're getting close to at least understanding where we are and where the city has been and where we are at this point. At a year's time, we will have a good feel, a good understanding of the percentage. Right now, we're really battling and working with consumption, and then that will lead to savings along the way. And when I say consumption, the main thing we're focusing on right now is eliminating wasted energy use. There's just tons of wasted energy use, mainly after hours, nights, weekends, and that's the first thing. We capture that. At the same time, we're optimizing the equipment that's here. We're making the recommendations all the time about the automation system, and to make that where it's a little more user-friendly and bringing that up to, kind of up to speed.
Okay.
Vice Mayor.
What a wonderful presentation, thank you. I was thinking as you were talking about maximizing savings and weekends and stuff, when we travel for the weekend, we turn off our hot water heater and, turn off the thermostat or do what we need to do to really save money, which I know is what you all are doing. I have two questions or points. you're already saving money. I mean, right now, we're saving money, and we're reducing pollution, and reducing our energy consumption, reducing carbon emissions. When can we expect a forward-facing webpage connected to our sustainability department or something that reports that out to people? I think we need to really champion, we're saving you dollars every quarter, however you want to do that, but I think that's super important. So dollars, pollution, carbon emission, and energy consumption or whatever.
We do focus on that, and, you know, we're really big on CO2 emissions, how many cars we've taken off the road, how many tree seedlings that's been planted for a year, and we do like to present all of that and just that carbon footprint. I would say that, again, at that year's time,
Okay.
we'll certainly be ready to, and maybe before.
Is that like March or April?
It would be about after the first of the year.
Okay, and then we could keep a running total, right? It's not just a quarterly update, a running total?
Councilmember, the Vice Mayor, I guess.
Yeah.
The challenge right now is setting the baseline. Right now, we don't have anything to necessarily compare it against. We have 3 years of data that the team has taken, much of it in PDF form. So they've had to manually enter a lot of the data that in some cases they probably haven't had to in some other areas. So that has been the biggest lift to date. The baseline information, I believe, September, you said right around there is when we're going to get the baseline information. So when we get that, then we'll start being able to show some of the numbers that y'all are talking about and the CO2 emissions, and we'll figure out some good ways to get that out to not only the council but the community.
Yeah, okay. Good. Well, even with your graphs, you can see, oh my gosh, I mean, that's really significant. And then the other thing is, so we haven't had many complaints or concerns from staff about the comfort level in the buildings or any inconvenience that way. I was just wondering if as our weather changes, hopefully a little bit changes, gets a little cooler, do you anticipate a little more adjustment when you have seasonal changes? Okay.
We definitely do that, and a lot of the early work is process changes and making sure that we have a good solid process of when somebody's going to be in a building. The main thing that we do is try to take and know what's not normal. We want to make sure that we understand what the normal operating practices are, so we can again work against what's not normal. But a lot of what we do is have to set up the processes so we understand that a building is supposed to be unoccupied and set back, but there has to be ways that when the buildings are reserved that's outside normal, we all have to understand that. So that process has been set up, as well as a process to alert Kristen when there is some type of comfort concern or comfort complaint, so we can vet it, understand it, and then,
improve
fix
it. Yeah,
Yeah.
fix it.
And so a lot of that process has been going on, and it is set up right now, but again, a lot of communication with that.
Okay.
So it has been good so far. It
Good.
has been good. The time that we have had a problem, it was the communication part that somebody's going to be there, and they didn't know that the change had been made.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bunker.
I just wanted to understand a little bit better the stats for the weekly hours reduced. Because you mentioned the library here, and it shows only 4 weekly hours reduced here. Is that because we've already done a great job of reducing it overnight, or do we have special requirements here for our collections?
Very good. Good questions. We are sensitive in libraries, very sensitive in libraries with books and the materials. So that is definitely one thing that all the libraries. But this building was controlled. It does have a good, solid automation system here. So there was a schedule inserted. That was the first set of our reductions. We have another, at least that much to go, that we can capture. But again, I don't want to, the analogy that I would use is kind of boiling the frog 1 degree at a time has been implemented at this point. and we are getting there, and we, in fact, there's another set of changes coming next week that's already been communicated.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Teixeira. Okay. Mr. Goff, on page, I don't have a page number, 12. You said you expect 3 million in net savings in the first 5 years. And then going back to our February 17th meeting when you came to pitch this, it was a gross savings over 5 years of $8,299,000 net of $4,055,000. What's happened between when we signed on with you and today?
Well, I wasn't the one that delivered that, for one thing. That was your Steve Jones.
I just pulled it up and I was just curious
Yeah,
what
I'm not really-
the delta is. That's a big delta.
Yes.
$1 million comes in handy in these parts.
And could you say that again? I'm not sure.
Back in your contract, back in February 17th of this year, the projected savings for 5 years was $8,299,000. Net was $4,055,000, and then here you've got 3. I'm trying to rectify the difference.
I think that difference might have been when water was pulled out, the initial. James, are you?
I did put that 3 in there, and I was really erring on the side of being conservative and not trying to oversell the situation. I am not involved generally in that sales process, and so as I was adding up the numbers and looking to make a conservative estimation, this is the number that I was seeing. So it's not necessarily that we won't meet that 4 million. I was, and in fact, not even aware of the $4 million number, so.
Well, somebody could look into that because we also structured the fee differently.
Sure, yeah, definitely.
And part of that was based upon saving the 4 million. Was that not correct?
That's correct.
Mr.
yeah.
Maxwell?
It is. Yeah,
And so if that number comes down and now we're paying the flat fee, it's a different animal.
Yes. Yep.
So
Yep,
to me,
and-
there's a little bit of a disconnect.
Yeah, but I think that baseline information, when that comes in, the projection that they provided becomes more solid than it currently is what I understand from talking to the team.
I will say that I did not consciously reduce 4 to the 3. It wasn't a number I started with, it was just a projection on the, erring on the conservative side. So there's nothing that I saw that made me think it was needed to be changed. That was the number that I put in. So.
We will certainly report back on there as soon as we get some harder information on this. We'll report back to the council on it.
Well, I just think there ought to be continuity in what our expectations should be. Because, we're going to judge you ultimately on what you promised in the sales process
Understood.
and what you deliver.
Yes, sir. Understood.
Thank you, gentlemen. Anything else? All right, item 3.2.
Establish a sister city's relationship with East Mexico, Mexico.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, City Managers, and staff. I'm Christopher Hubbard, Cultural Affairs Coordinator. I'm here before you this morning to introduce the city of Ixmiquilpan, which is located in central Mexico in the state of Hidalgo. It's about 3 hours north of Mexico City by highway. Now, this area was settled initially prior to 900 BCE by the Otomi people, who were later encapsulated within the Toltecs, and then them later by the Aztecs. In the Aztec language, the city of Ixmiquilpan's name translates to where the grass cuts like flint knives. It's actually a very sharp-bladed indigenous grass that was helpful to the early pasture grazers that settled in the site. After the conquistadors came through in the late 1500s, they founded the mission of St. Michael the Archangel in 1550, which really led into the more modern development of East McKeelpon as an actual municipality. Within that structure, there are some murals that represent the merger of both Catholic and indigenous iconography, which is one of the main tourist attractors here in the city. And for a mural that's a little over 500 years old, it's actually in quite good shape and is one of the very few that shows that merger in two cultures' iconography. Now, in 1969, major infrastructure brought the city into the 20th century, and one of the prime things that came out of there was the Diana statue, which you can see in a lot of businesses and murals here in Clearwater. Diana the Huntress is very important to the identity of people from East McKeelpon and from Mexico City as well. Now, their total population is about 73,000, and 1/3 of that speaks some form of indigenous language, whether it be Otomi or one of the other tribes of the area. Now, there was a large migration in the 1980s, many people from East McKeelpon and the state of Hidalgo coming here to Clearwater. It's estimated that about 17,000 residents have settled in the greater Clearwater area. Many of them also Otomi. They have set up a lot of businesses, many around Gulf to Bay and East Gateway region, and are thriving and successful. Now, this is following an introduction by the Mexican consulate in February, and a meeting between Mayor Hibbard and Mayor Araceli Beltran from the city of East McKeelpon. They really had an interest in developing a relationship with us because of that large number of immigrant population we have here in the city. Now, we're following the Sister Cities International Protocol, which initially says that cities will have a welcome meeting, as we have done. The second step would be to adopt a resolution that indicates both cities' willingness to investigate partnering as official sister cities. So our next step that would be after a resolution that would allow staff between the two cities to sit down and work out a relationship agreement. How will exchanges take place? What will the focus be? How often will they take place? Now, our focus here within this particular city is not only tourism, but education, notably tech. There is a large tech presence at it's the Tech University of Mezquite Valley, and there's a very good interest in having an exchange between our tech companies as well as St. Petersburg College and their university system in developing tech culture as well, to share some advancement between the two. We also have an opportunity to learn more about the heritage of many of our residents here in Clearwater. And it's a way of inviting those residents from East McKeelpon a chance to participate in city activities and welcome them by understanding their culture more through a deeper relationship with their home city. And so, as I said, next steps after a resolution, we would then proceed to negotiate with East McKeelpon for a sister city's formal agreement, and then after that, an exchange program would begin. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Well, this seems like a natural fit for Clearwater, obviously, with our population and so many folks from Hidalgo. It was a very enthusiastic group that we got to meet with, Christopher, so I think it's a wonderful, wonderful partnership that we ought to pursue. Councilmember Tejeda.
I sit on the Sister Cities, and I'm going to repeat what I said there. I think is a most natural partnership. Working with the Spanish Outreach Center, I've become very aware of what a wonderful contribution this community has given to our city, and I think this is a great idea. Mayor Beltran wrote a letter, and I think she quoted you, and I think it was the best way to sum it up. Twinning between our cities is the most logical and the most necessary. Each McKeelpon and Clearwater are already sister cities ever since their strong ties that already unite us through the large number of people who have chosen Clearwater as their home. I thought that was well said, so I fully support this, and I'm very excited to see what this brings forward.
Councilmember Bunker?
First, I congratulate you for the way you're able to roll the town's name off your tongue.
Thank you.
Pretty impressive. Well, one of the things I did last night, went to Google and listened to some pronunciations. And I'm not prepared to say that out loud yet. But I will say this, I thought the photos and the videos I saw of the area were beautiful. I really look forward to this partnership.
Christopher gave me a Post-it with it phonetically laid out. I'm still having issues, but we'll get there. Vice Mayor?
Happy to support, really excited about the relationship, looking forward to lots of opportunities to learn from each other and celebrate the cultures. I think it's a great fit.
Councilmember Albrecht?
I know we've been talking about this for a while. I'm glad this is happening, so.
Well, we will talk about it further on Thursday due to the resolution. Thank you, Mr. Hubbard. 4.1.
Appoint 11 members to the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee to include the appointment of a locally elected official.
Good morning, Denise Anderson, Economic Development and Housing. As a recipient of State Housing Initiatives Partnership funding, the city is required to convene annually an Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, or AHAC. The role of the committee is to look at any rules, regulations, policies, or anything else really that might affect the cost or ability to develop workforce and affordable housing. The committee makes recommendations on incentives that will encourage such development, capturing all of this in what is known as the Local Housing Incentive Strategy. As described in the Resolution 2219, the AHAC is comprised of 11 members, and each must represent a specific field and is required by state statute. Each year, the Neighborhood and Affordable Housing Advisory Board populates 7 of those membership roles. And as for the other seat, the staff is recommending the appointment of Pierre Cornouillet. He's a residential home builder, and Ms. Jacqueline Rivera, CEO of Clearwater Housing Authority, both of whom served on the committee last year. One of the seats is required to be filled by the local planning agency, which we interpret to mean as the Community Development Board. And at its August 16th meeting, the CDB did make a recommendation for Bruce Rector to sit on this seat, to take this seat. And the final seat is required to be filled locally by an elected official. So you'll need to make that choice on Thursday evening. And last year, Vice Mayor Beckman served in this role. Committee's work concludes, as I said, with the local housing incentive strategy, at which time we'll bring it to council in December, which is we must approve by the end of the year. And the AHAC will formally be sunset at that point. Excuse me. Happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Would you like to serve on that again?
Very much so, thank you.
All right, we'll deal with that on Thursday. 5.1.
Approve a purchase order to Rep Services, Inc. for the purchase and installation of playground equipment and wood fiber mulch.
Good morning again, Mayor, Council. Jim Halios, Director of Parks and Recreation. The item we have before you is for the purchase and installation of a playground at Delaware Park. As Council may remember, Delaware Park is going to be our trailhead out for the Courtney Campbell Causeway Trail and also connecting the Reem Wilson Trail in those parts. There's a bathroom that's being installed there, and also with upgrades in through the park that we have done with stormwater to alleviate some flooding. And part of that is to replace the playground that was in there, because we had to relocate the playground due to the construction. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Halios? So there's a little bit of a discrepancy between the price that was bid and the price in here. There's a 3% contingency. Mr. Margolis, you think we ought to kind of look at this policy?
Yeah, I mean, this is not a critique of either Mr. Halios, city manager, or anyone else, but one of the practices, I think that's somewhat of a long-standing practice here in the city when it comes to certain commodities contracts is to include some sort of contingency. And I think that was probably motivated by concerns over, we may not know exactly how much mulch is needed or things like that. And that all makes sense intellectually, but there's probably not a basis in our code for that right now. The closest thing we have in our purchasing code that really authorizes something like this would either be the construction contract contingency, which is something that is authorized, and in fact, we do have at the very next item, a construction contract. And then separately from that, the city manager has change order authority. But this 3% contingency for commodities being pre-approved, in other words, like a pre-approval of overspending, is actually not something that's currently contemplated in the code. But again, this is not a critique of Mr. Hallios. This is a long-standing practice that goes across various city departments. That is something I'd like to take a look at. One option to kind of deal with this in the future would be a code amendment. If council would like to look at the code itself to see if we may want to include either contingencies or to potentially expand the city manager's authority when it comes to change orders. That would be one way, or two ways to deal with this. But in the absence of code amendments, it's probably best in the future if we just have city staff ask for approval for the exact contract amount, which in this case is 145 rather than 149. And then if there is some need to go beyond that, the city manager does have the authority right now for change orders. So again, not a big deal, but just something I'd like to clean up in the future as these issues arise. So.
Any questions? So I think we'll leave this off consent and deal with the price on Thursday. Okay. 5.2.
Authorize a guaranteed maximum price proposal to J.O. Delodo and Sons for the replacement of the digital marquee sign at Bay Care Ballpark.
As council will remember, we approached council end of last fall, beginning of the winter, probably about the change of the year of some items that the Phillies had requested to have done at the stadium. Due to the kind of delay in the renovation, there were some items that needed to be addressed right away. One of them was the refinishing of the seats and some various other items which we were able to do. And included in that was also the replacement of the marquee sign that's out on US 19. If council recalls, only one side of the sign works. They do not make parts for those types of signs anymore since it's about a 20-year-old sign. So we went forward and worked with our planning department to make sure the sign was in compliance. And this is the item that we have before you right now to have this sign replaced.
Any questions from Mr. Hallios? Vice Mayor.
Did we ask the Phillies to partner with us on the cost at all, or is that not appropriate?
Per the kind of the agreement that we have set out, this is something that falls under our responsibility. So no, that would not be something that we would have asked them to do.
But they were involved in giving feedback on what type of sign they'd like?
Yes and no, because of our restrictions that we have versus, I'm sure they would have liked something that was a lot larger, but we wanted something that fit within the footprint. So, the most economical way that we could do it, we went forward with it that fit within those standards from the code compliance and the planning department.
Okay, thanks.
Consent?
Yes.
5.3.
Approve establishing capital improvement project M2210 Clearwater Municipal Cemetery renovations.
The Clearwater Municipal Cemetery is an area that we've, it's kind of been, at least since I've been here, the 20 years that I've been here, it's an area that's kind of maintained almost, I'd say like a park in the sense of one of our passive parks. It doesn't have the level of maintenance that we would like to see for a cemetery. So, speaking and working with the city manager, we decided to develop a CIP fund to enhance and beautify the city cemetery. Part of that's going to be removing the fencing, which we've already done, and installing hedges around there to give it more of a nice feel, and then looking at certain areas where we can install turf and irrigation. Very limited, again, we can't do certain areas just because it's a cemetery, so putting irrigation in is going to be difficult. We're looking at more around the perimeter, kind of like a golf course irrigation where it can spread and spray in those areas, and then also looking to address the entrance features and beautifying those a little bit more. We have our staff currently takes care of this area, so this won't require any increases to existing staff. It'll just be taking care of it as they do now. So instead of weed whacking some areas, they'll probably be able to go through with a mower, and it's just going to be a better look. And this is something that we've really wanted to focus on in the upcoming year. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? The cemetery is full, correct?
Yes.
Because I really wanted to go there, but
Full time.
we don't have any room for above ground. Do we have room for anything that would add revenue?
We have looked at certain, I've worked with Rose, and we've looked at certain kind of areas that we could, if we could go vertical, but there really is just, there's no space for that. It's pretty much all plotted out within there. And do you remember, Rose, how many do we even have any yet?
There's a handful, and we usually have a handful just for the indigenous if we get contacted by the county for indigenous individuals, but we don't have any more spaces.
Okay. And everybody who's contracted to be in there, are they there? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I would say for the most
Is
part.
it
I mean,
room
we don't get,
reservation?
it's few and far between that we get new burials in there. So I'll check with staff to get back for you on that, but it doesn't occur with great frequency. Usually, I think if someone has purchased a plot in the cemetery, they're utilizing it.
But there was no sinking fund that we had for future maintenance like a Sylvan Abbey would have.
No.
And are we using reclaimed water there?
I'll have to double check on that, but I would imagine so, yes.
So regarding the burials, yes, we do have interments, not very frequent, but those are individuals who've had family members who have purchased spaces. So we still have some full, but most of the times it's urns.
Okay. You had a question, Daniel?
No, I just wanted to make a comment. In all the years I've been here, I've only attended one funeral there. Like the last year, and I'm glad we're doing something with the park, because it does need a little bit of sprucing up, so.
Thank you.
Consent?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Howie. I have 6.1.
Approve a purchase order to Pinellas County Sheriff's Office for the Hexagon computer-aided dispatch and records management system.
Good morning, Dan Slaughter, Chief of Police. You'll recall that since 2019, we've been working collectively with the public safety agencies to try to get us onto a uniform singular CAD and RMS system. Back in May of this year, the council approved an interlocal agreement so that we could essentially put the governance structure and the financing structure into place. This item is essentially a follow-up from the approval of that ILA agreement. It provides for the purchase order with the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, which is actually to the software vendor for the CAD and RMS project, our pro rata share, which is $124,879. And then the operation of Prime, which is the administrative entity that will run the software, run the program, and maintain it, and have the staff underneath this umbrella that will service all of the providers. The pro rata share is a factor based on the total number of licenses used throughout everybody in the county and the number that Clearwater needs, and that's how we come to the total amount, or the amounts that were needed. For Prime, it is $165,984. That is both for the remainder of this fiscal year and for fiscal year 2023. So it's essentially for the next 2 years. I'm more than happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for the chief? Vice Mayor?
I just had a question about the numbers, and I just wanted to know, are we saving money from the last contract? Because, so you're asking for $165,984 for personnel and maintenance for 1 year and 1 month of Prime. And then in the legislative text, it says since 2007, CPD has spent about $189,000 annually for TriTech maintenance, and that's, no longer, does the job. But then it says a description of personnel and operating expenses is in the first paragraph, but I see in the last paragraph, our purchase share is $124,800. So what, are we?
$124,800 is the amount for the software vendor.
Okay,
so
our share of the software
our share of
vendor?
to buy the product.
For the whole county?
The Prime is the entity that it's going to operate it. So the answer to, I think a couple of questions in there, so let me take one at a time. First, are we saving money? Saving money from where we originally started. Okay, so we wanted to purchase we're going to purchase a new CAD RMS system either way. We were going to need it because it was essentially functionally getting out of date. That project was estimated to be about $3 million. With this collaboration, this partnership, we won't have to pay the significant amount of money that we had to pay. We'll bring the TriTech item to you because we still have to overlap a couple years while we're transitioning. So I still have to pay TriTech for probably at least the next year, maybe one more year after that, depending on where we're at, how long it takes. But I anticipate for the next 2 years. That'll be $214,000. It goes up
For 2
about
years.
that's just for 1 year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I already paid them $214,000. If you had a spreadsheet that kind of had this here, and if you follow the Clearwater thing, it kind of gives you estimates for year 2024, 25, which is after we get over the overlap years. You can see that at $295,000, that includes both your software and your prime operating costs, so the whole thing. With TriTech escalating about 7% a year, you're essentially financing your new software, in my mind, at a very reasonable rate. So what I thought I was going to have to buy for $3 million now is going to cost you $50,000 a year above what we're paying now. So it's, in my mind, long-term very advantageous.
Good, and not a big jump. Thank you. That makes sense.
Consent? Chief, I want to thank you for spearheading this for the whole county. It really was all of your efforts, and that's been recognized by your peers. But I want us to recognize it as well.
I appreciate it. We've got a long way to go still. Thank you.
Understood. We're going to take a 10-minute recess. Sorry, Mr. Brown. reconvene the work session. Item 7.1.
Award construction contracts to the following contractors: Engineered Spray Solutions, Inliner Solutions, Roland Inc., and USSI LLC for the 2023 sewer point repairs and improvements.
Good morning, my name is Jeremy Brown, Engineering Manager. The item before you today is a series of maintenance contracts that the city uses to make repairs to its wastewater systems. The work includes cured in place lining, where we install a structure liner inside of an existing pipe. There's cleaning and video inspection, where a contractor cleans a segment of sewer and then performs the video inspection to look for defects. There's also emergency and non-emergency repairs, where the contractor mobilizes to make repairs on a 24-hour as-needed basis. There's also cleanouts and lateral installations that install new laterals for new service connections and/or replace existing lines that have defects. There's also manhole surfacing, where the contractor applies a coating to the inside of a manhole to extend its longevity and also prevent groundwater from leaking into the manhole. And lastly, there is smoke testing, where smoke is introduced into a manhole and inspectors roam the surface looking for defects that are identified by visual observations of smoke reaching the surface. This is a multi-year contract. However, we intend on returning to council each year to add additional funds to the contract and also make you aware of the repairs that were completed during the prior year. I'm happy to respond to any questions.
It's a breathtaking amount.
Yeah. It is. I hope it's not enough. We've got a lot of work to do.
I hope it is enough. We can get it done with this number. But questions?
We're doing 7.1?
Yes. Vice Mayor?
You said it's a multi-year contract?
Yes.
But it's 32 million for 1 year here, and you have it spread out for what each, chunk of that money is for. But how long do you think that 32 million, and to get that work done, right?
It's per year. Each year is we're estimating 32 million total between the 6 different groups that I just mentioned, yes.
Yeah, so 32 million per year to maintain and repair and do those things that you just said. Yep, that's the way I understood it.
That's
Yeah.
correct.
Okay. It is a staggering number.
Yes.
I can go into a little bit more detail if you want.
Oh, no, I trust you. Yeah, it makes sense. It's just, wow. It's a lot.
Other questions? None? Oof.
We have an existing contract right now that's about 12.5 million. We've since got another consultant on board that's going to help us oversee all this work, which is why we've increased the value up to this 32 million.
No, I understand. It's just still a breathtaking number. And so, Councilmember
Can I make
Albrecht.
a suggestion to take this off of consent because it's such a big amount? At least get a presentation for people that are tuning in Thursday.
I'm fine with that. Vice Mayor?
Does that number that's so much more than the last contract have anything to do with us not being able to fill some of those engineering positions and now you're contracting out at all?
No, this is
Okay.
strictly contractors doing maintenance work
Okay.
on the systems, yes.
All right, we'll talk about that on Thursday, 7.2.
Award a construction contract to Razorback LLC for Water Treatment Plant 3, East Dome, and aerator repairs and miscellaneous improvements.
Good morning, Jeremy Brown, Engineering Manager. The purpose of this project is to recoat and make repairs to the 2 5-million-gallon storage tanks at our Water Treatment Plant 3, in addition to some other miscellaneous work. I'm happy to respond to any questions.
Questions? Consent?
Yeah.
7.3. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Approve the request from Aurora Civil Engineering on behalf of Furman of Countryside LLC, the owner property address 24825 US Highway 19 North, to vacate the platted drainage easement.
Good morning, Suzanne Kramer, Real Estate Services Coordinator. The main purpose of this vacation is to allow for construction of a new service building at Furman Ford on US 19 North. There are no city utilities that will be affected by the proposed easements to be vacated. City staff have reviewed the vacation and have no objection. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? All right, we'll hear that on Thursday. 7.4.
ratify and confirm purchase order to Roland Inc. for the Marshall Street and Northeast Water Reclamation Facility.
Jeremy Brown, Engineering Manager. The purpose of this item is to ratify and confirm work that is already underway at the Marshall Street Water Reclamation Facility. The work includes addressing methane gas that was leaking from the Marshall Street digester. Work completed to date includes removing its contents and associated gas, cleaning its interior, and inspecting and repairing welded seams. Future work includes finishing the welding repairs and inspections, in addition to reseating the digester and placing it back into service. I'm happy to respond to any questions.
Councilmember Teixeira.
I have a couple questions, but before I do, I just need to make sure I understand what happened. As I recall, the initial emergency repair was roughly 100,000 or 180,000 between there. And then City Council approved the full bill, which was around 700,000. Then somewhere between, right shortly after that, that doubled. And now it's 1.9. And I just can't connect the dots. But what I just stated, is that correct?
Yes and no. So when I brought the 150, I think, I forget what the number was, it was 150 to you, that was for the consultant.
180.
That was for the engineer that was gonna support the contractor do the repairs. And so the city manager authorized the emergency that got the contractor moving. They started ordering materials and getting everything on site. The first was for the engineer, and we estimated at that time it was gonna be out 725 or 750. And that has since, but at the time we didn't know. There was a lot of unknowns. And so that's partially why we didn't think we needed to bring it to you at that time, because we didn't know what the total was gonna be. We were just trying to estimate maybe around 750. Since that, it's obviously
More than doubled.
Yeah.
So then my question is, are we still trying to take care of the initial emergency all these months later?
It depends on how you define emergency. The initial emergency where it had potential impact to bystanders, to public, potentially the local community, that is no longer. That emergency is gone. Currently, because it's not operating the way it's designed, we are slightly outside of our permit. And so from the operations perspective, the emergency continues until that digester is back in service doing what it was designed to do.
Councilmember, one of the challenges with this project was, once the emergency was taken care of, you couldn't just leave the digester as it was. There were elements that would have to be completed to make it, usable beyond that point. So they couldn't necessarily just stop. So that was one of the reasons for the extension beyond the actual physical emergency or threat. Was the additional things that they had to do to make sure that it was completed.
I just couldn't connect the dots between the 725 to the now 1.9. It was like a big gap. And I'm wondering, and this might be naive of me, but is this a good time to step back and now actually get the bids, since it's not an emergency anymore? More competitive bids? Because this is a big difference between the initial 725 to now, again, another request for $400,000 more, totaling 1.909.
Just to help a little bit, the 725, that was before we could actually enter the digester and see what was going on. And so in order for that to happen, you had to remove all the contents first. That ended up having its own challenges, the different densities of the materials and how to get it out of there. And then once we were able to get in and inspect it, there's a roof on this digester that floats, it moves up and down. And so we had to get scaffolding set up, and there's actually a contractor in there now that has workers in there, standing up, inspecting welding seams above them. And it's obviously taken a lot longer than, I won't even say anticipated, because we didn't know what to anticipate when we originally began the project.
I understand that I don't understand all the work that's involved. I'm just still stuck on that disconnect between the 725 to the now 1.9. I don't know what happened in between there.
I can't tell you any more than I just did. Is the 725 was an estimate before you even opened up the book, before we even had any idea what was in there.
And that's what we approved as a council.
That wasn't approved by council. That was us just saying, hey, we anticipate this expense.
It was an emergency.
We'll bring you
Right.
verify and confirm later. At this point in time, based on what we know and what we've done and what we know needs to happen, we feel relatively confident that this 1.9 is going to get us to the finish line.
Ms. Kiven?
Tara Kiven, Engineering Director. And just to let you know, anytime we get costs, whether it's a change order or in this situation, we do compare it to make sure that it's in line. And Jeremy would not have brought it forward if it was not in line with some past bidded costs, if that helps.
Councilmember Albritton?
Yeah, Jeremy, we all have been hearing about the Marshall Street project for a while, and I told Dave Porter back when he was here that I wanted to take a tour, which never came about. I'd like to do that. I'd like to go down there and take a tour. So if you could call Tammy and set that up when it's convenient for you.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I know the folks the operators there, they loved, explaining the processes and everything too, so I'm sure they'd be happy to accommodate. Is there any particular time frame that you're looking at, or?
Come on up, Mr. Gardner.
There's ongoing costs to operation of Rich Gardner, Public Utilities Director, sorry. There's ongoing costs to operations. The purpose of the digester is to stabilize the sludge, and when it does that, it reduces its volume significantly, maybe as much as 50%. And we're not doing that. So that means we're sending raw sludge through a rented bypass system to dewatering. And dewatering is designed to dewater digested sludge, not raw sludge. So the volume that we're disposing of through our sludge disposal contract is double, maybe more, than what we are. So there's a financial need to keep this project going. The other thing is, part of the reason the price went up so much was when we thought we had a problem, we thought we had a few leaks in the roof of the digester. What we found out was every single seam was leaking. And so they've had to re-weld, grind, clean, and re-weld every single seam. So there's a couple things to add.
So I guess my question would be, how do we let something get to this point where we have a failure of this magnitude? And my other concern is just, I don't like ratifying confirms for the most part. And we've been getting a couple big ones lately, and I'm concerned about that. And the other one that I'm referring to doesn't have anything to do with you, Mr. Gardner. So.
It's not something we generally test for, is the roof leaking. We happen to be doing some work on the roof. Whenever we do work around the digester, we have a gas meter where we test for the safety of the employees. And when they tested up there, they were getting very high readings. And then we started our investigation and realized that the roof was leaking. It's methane, it's potentially explosive. So we tried to be very conservative and get this job rolling.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Other questions or comments? Anything to add, Mr. Jennings?
No, I think that this is, I think it's good to have taken this off the consent agenda. We will be prepared on 7.1 to do a presentation. But I do hear and agree with you as in terms of allowing capital infrastructure to deteriorate to a certain point. I think we've got to do a better job of that. And that's something I'll work with the city staff on.
Mr. Margolis, anything to add? Okay, well, again, I just hope, I understand emergencies arise and we need to react to them. I'd like to be less reactive. And then secondly, I just don't want to see any of these. This is another close to $2 million ultimately ratify and confirm along with the sound system down at the amphitheater. I just don't want to see too many more of these, so. Vice Mayor?
Well, I was just looking at some notes that I just think, maybe, working off of Councilmember Teixeira's questions is, as soon as we know that there is a greater expense than what we've been led to believe, whether it's within line or whatever, it's just to let us know as soon as possible. That's all. I mean, it's your department, and and I know you don't go out and bid. There are 45 different suppliers or, businesses that do what all that solid waste stuff is all about, but it's just a heads up, like, hey, we thought it was 725, but now it's really going to be 1.5 or something. That's all.
And I'll take the fall on that one. I mean, we honestly didn't know how much it was gonna cost, so I didn't see a point to bring the 725 and then come back and bring the 1.9.
Yeah.
I've since learned, obviously, that's not the way that we operate here.
Yeah. So.
My apologies.
No.
Consent?
Yeah.
Thank you.
7.5.
Approve a proposal for Biltmore Construction for the demolition of the former City Hall site.
Good morning, Mayor, council members. I'm Joe DeSico with engineering. The former City Hall is approximately 24,000 square foot, 3-story building. Construction began in 1964 and it operated by city staff until about 2019. Shortly after the building was vacated, we did an asbestos survey and realized that it had quite a bit of asbestos in building materials. The proposed demolition activities will include removing and disposing all the asbestos. We'll need to do an updated asbestos survey too before they start. The building will be demolished, the site will be graded and finished with grass. The existing parking lot is going to remain. The 2 crepe myrtle trees that are near the entrance are going to be removed and stored for reuse. And city staff will also be salvaging the HVAC equipment that's in the building. Any questions?
And some of the water heaters and things like that.
Chillers, yeah.
Questions? How many companies bid on this?
This was done using a GMP contract.
Okay.
There was, I was there.
We didn't want to talk to Skanska, seeing as they're basically on site.
I was there on site when they did the walkthrough, and there were several demo contractors bidding.
And then I also understand that there were some foundations left under the Harborview Center that at some point are going to have to be removed if the referendum passes. Is that correct?
Hello, Tara Kivett again, Engineering Director. Yes, there are. When we did the demolition, it would have taken a significant amount of excavation and cost to remove everything, so not knowing what the path was moving forward. It's fairly standard practice. We followed kind of best management practices for the demolition of the Harborview Center. And so there are some underground things left. There are some, the basement walls / retaining walls were left in place to provide stabilization. And ultimately that will I'm hoping it will be a benefit when the bluff development starts their excavation, because they won't have to worry about putting in some sheet piles, because we already have some of that in place.
So we have no estimate of what that cost is going to be, I'm assuming.
No. In my opinion, the best time to deal with that is when they are under construction, getting ready to construct the underground parking garage and their foundations. Obviously, they'll be doing that excavation work anyway. They're not, what is there is not terribly deep. They should be able to remove it without a problem.
Mr. Margolis, did you have something to add?
Just two comments. So as for Skanska, I did actually ask the question as to whether they are on the roster to do this kind of work because it probably would have been more cost efficient, but my understanding is they're actually not on the roster for this.
No, and to clarify, when we use our continuing services of CM at Risk contract, the contractors that we have, I think we have 11, so whether it be Creative or earlier, Jim Haley was brought one with Delodo. In this case, it's Biltmore. They bid out the work. So it was competitively bid. Joe is any of our project managers are part of when they do the bid opening, and then they compare the bids and make sure they're comparing apples to apples. So it's not hard bid in the sense that it goes through our procurement and it's an invitation to bid, but yet, just like Skanska did on the park, all the subcontract work is bidded out. And there's like 3 main demo contractors in town. Which I think one went out of business recently, but, so.
Councilmember Albritton.
Okay, so we got a GMP of $557,693. However, on the contract documents, the following are not included in the GMP. Looks like a pretty long list of things that could be pretty hefty and probably hazardous materials survey is excluded. Demolition asbestos survey, I guess they're going on the one that was done in 2019.
Correct. And it's our policy in any of our construction projects, even the ones that are design bid build, not to include hazardous material removal because it's just such an unknown. So in essence, you would be paying for the risk that they don't know what that is. So they'd be putting in a very high bid. So we take it as the city will deal with that, and then, if something's encountered, pay for the specific amount that's encountered versus including an unknown amount in a bid. You never want to bid things if there's quantities that are not known, because that's dangerous.
Right. And just another, you probably won't be able to answer this, but the building demolition and abatement is $320,000. I was curious because we have been talking about this for probably 4 years. I was wanting to demo the thing a long time ago when we moved out, but I was told that, the developer wants to use the rubble, and why should we do it right now? So anyway, my question is, what's the difference between the actual demolition and abatement costs? Because you got an additional abatement cost of $15,000.
The abatement is just to address the asbestos. And then, obviously, the bigger dollars are to demolish the entire structure. So for any demolition project, we have to do a pre-demolition asbestos survey, and typically we find very little asbestos, and so that report was included in this bid so that Biltmore knew what to expect. Sometimes we even hire, the city does it ourselves, or not ourselves, but we will hire an environmental firm like Geosyntec to come in and do the abatement, and then the demo contractor comes in. This time we packaged it all together. So the abatement is really just for the asbestos removal, and of course they have to get an air quality permit through Pinellas County Department of Health.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that, but, okay, thanks.
Anything else, Vice Mayor?
I was thinking, do you plan to save like a couple of bricks or anything from inside to maybe incorporate into the new city hall? Like something like that?
I don't think we've talked about that. We are saving the brass plaques that are out front by those crepe myrtles.
But like a cornerstone thing, or this was from the original or something like that.
We can.
I don't know,
But
it's just.
we hadn't specifically thought about that. We'll get with Chris Hubbard and come up with a plan.
Consent? All right, 8.1.
Overview of code compliance program.
Good morning, Gina Clayton, Planning and Development Director. I am here this morning to talk to you about the work of our Code Compliance Division. I'm going to talk about our goals and our approaches to compliance, our staffing levels and workload, and then Rebecca Mulder Our new code compliance manager will talk about the nuts and bolts of the enforcement process and some of the challenges that we see, and then she will conclude by talking about some of our current initiatives. So I wanted to start today's discussion by talking about the goals of our code compliance program. First and foremost, our goal is to improve the quality of life throughout the city, and we do this by ensuring that community standards adopted by the City Council and the Community Development Code and Code of Ordinance are met. And we really strive to prevent and eliminate blighting influences so that our neighborhoods remain safe and attractive. We also work at building relationships with our neighborhoods so that we have increased communication between our staff and our residents. And then we also strive to fairly and equitably enforce the city's adopted standards and provide reasonable timeframes for compliance based on the nature and the extent of the actual violations. So we have a comprehensive approach to code enforcement, and that means that our inspectors are proactive when they're out in the field, and they also respond to citizen complaints. And I will say that we actually identify more complaints ourselves than we do get complaints by residents. As you all know, about a year ago, the legislature decided that we can no longer accept any anonymous complaints, and as expected, this has frustrated a lot of our residents, and it's made it difficult for our staff to respond to those who call in and don't want to give us their name and address, which is required. Now that that's been in place for a while, I think we're getting over the community education hump about the requirement. However, we still have residents that try to work around that, and they like to tell us how to patrol and on what streets we should be going on. So in those situations, staff advises that we do proactive enforcement and that we regularly drive a zone and hit every street on a regular time frame. I do want to note that we have a lot of partnerships in-house with our different departments, in particular Parks and Recreation and Solid Waste and Police. We work together on a lot of issues. They bring to us, we bring to them, and we work together to solve a variety of issues out in the community. And then the last thing I wanted to say about our approach is that we really have a mindset of compliance and not a punitive one. We work to educate the residents by talking to them, by providing them our citizens guide to code compliance, and also by attending neighborhood meetings. We do work to gain compliance with people by working with those who are interested in solving their violations in a reasonable time frame. And we do that when we see that they're putting forth efforts and they're making progress. However, that's not to say when we see something that's egregious or we know somebody just is going to ignore us, that we don't move forward quicker and we don't let things drag out. So our inspectors really use their judgment when they are out in the field and they're working with a particular property owner. So the Code Compliance Division is the largest division in the Planning and Development Department with a total of 17 full-time FTEs. Last year, you all were gracious and gave us 3 new FTEs, which was much appreciated. However, with the current job climate, we haven't really been fully staffed for quite some time. We've had some resignations, we've had some retirements, and not being able to fill positions quickly has really impacted our work. I would say we've had on average about 5 open positions at any time this past year. Things were starting to look up. We were in the process of filling our last vacant zone inspector as well as our sign inspector, which that position has been vacant for at least a year now. And unfortunately, on Friday, we got news that our candidate for sign inspector was going to have to decline the position. So with all that said, we're at 4 vacant positions now, and on Friday, we'll have another one. Our code enforcement inspectors are assigned to one of these 9 geographic zones, and they are tasked with patrolling the zones, investigating complaints, as well as self-initiating violations. On average, I guess we spend probably 50% of our time out in the field, 30% on administrative tasks, and about 20% on customer contact. Inspectors typically work the usual shift from somewhere from 8 to 5. However, we do early morning inspections and night inspections if that's when the violation seems to be occurring. I will say that historically, we've had one inspector work in the city on Saturday patrolling like the major streets, but since we've been understaffed, I have suspended that, and soon as we get back fully staffed, we will reinstitute the Saturday rotations. One of the things that I did want to mention here is that we have limitations on where we can go on someone's property. So essentially, our staff is allowed to take the path that your mail carrier would take unless the tenant or the owner invites us onto their property. So that means if we have a reported violation, say that's behind a fence, and we can't see it, we can't get on a ladder or stand on our car to look over that fence. If someone complains that someone doesn't have a current tag and they're backed up to their garage, we can't walk back there and, put our heads between the car and the wall to see. We just can't do that. However, if a neighbor has complained and they can see the violation from their property and they invite us onto their property, then we can, in fact, pursue that violation. I wanted to talk about that because I think sometimes people think that we can walk all over a property, look over fences. We just cannot do that. So to give you an idea of some of the types of complaints and the numbers of complaints, we were able to work with IT to pull some data from Clearwater Connect. This is the data from the beginning of the year to just a few days ago. And as you can see, we've had about 840 requests or complaints filed through the systems, and you can see there's a lot of things that come in related to abandoned vehicles and property maintenance issues, watering, graffiti, and that sort of thing. So these are some of our most common violations that we counter: overgrowth, peeling paint, mildew, debris, parking on the grass, parking of boats and RVs in the front yard, graffiti, and watering. We also enforce against illegal and non-permitted signs, as well as those snipe signs that you see in the right-of-way tacked up to utility poles, that sort of thing, as well as businesses operating without the required business tax receipt. We are also involved in turtle lighting issues. We work with the aquarium on those, and of course we deal with short-term rentals and homeless camps. To give you a snapshot of our current workload, and we just ran this last week, we have 485 active code cases right now, and since the beginning of the year, we've opened about 2,500. We have also made some improvement with that additional position that you added to our budget for BTR enforcement, and we've seen some pretty good reductions in our delinquent BTRs, as you can see on the screen. So I think one of the important questions I was asked to address in this presentation is what can our residents expect from code compliance? And I think before we answer that question, it is important to note that residents who file complaints have certain expectations about the process compared to those who have violations, and they have certain expectations about how long they should be allowed to fix this. So at this point, I'd like to transition over to Rebecca, and she's going to talk about the process, the typical timeframes given for compliance, so folks can understand typically what to expect. Obviously, different situations require different judgments, so keep that in mind. And then after she talks about the process, then she'll talk about some of the challenges that we see, and then what some of our current initiatives are.
Good morning, Rebecca Mulder, Code Manager. So I'm going to go through, with the Code Compliance Division, we have different types of cases depending on the violation. They have interesting acronyms, but for simplicity, we have non-nuisance and nuisance types cases that I'll go over with you guys today. The processes differ slightly depending on how egregious or the type of violation. And so first I'll go through our non-nuisance cases. All cases start by verifying the violation, ensuring it's within the city limits, especially if it comes in through this Clearwater Connect. I want to make sure that it is a valid complaint. we go by, verify, document, and try to make contact with the property owner. That can be done through phone calls, through door knocking, through leaving a door hanger to contact us should they be at work. Allow a brief time to try to engage in that courtesy notification process, and then should that fail, we move on to a more formal notice called our notice of violation that gets mailed out certified. And then that is given a specific time of compliance based on the reasonable amount of time to comply. So you may get less time to comply to mow your lawn as you would to another violation. If they still don't comply within that time frame, then we move forward to take it to our code board where the violation is heard. The inspector presents the information, documentation, photos, and evidence of attempted communication to that property owner. And then that board votes on how to proceed based on recommendations from the inspector. And then at that time, they're given another opportunity to come into compliance within the time period that that board recommends. And then if they don't comply, then a lien can be placed on the property for each existing violation up to a certain fee for the extent that the violation exists. And that's how we end up with some large liens on certain properties. So that, another alternative is also to do a notice to appear through our county courts. Should a violation be more transient, such as a hauling trailer, so they have the opportunity to take that alternate route as they see fit. On a nuisance case, it follows a very similar path, other than we like to try to move those along as quickly as possible, because a nuisance causes issues to more than just that property, but it also affects the neighborhood around it. So we post, should the courtesy period fail, we then post the property with a notice and send the certified at the same time, as well as posting to City Hall to speed that process of compliance, giving a shorter window, and then setting a code date should that not come into compliance right away for the next available code board. That is heard, and then the inspector presents what they would do to try to abate the nuisance. If the code board finds that it is in violation, then they issue an order to abate, giving a certain short window, and then our code inspector sets up a time frame to go out and abate the property and remove the nuisance. And those can range from mowing a lawn to moving debris in a hoarder house situation. Some of the couple processes we have, the city abatement of nuisances, as I went through, kind of briefly touched on that. There's specific steps that we go through in a nuisance abatement. We abate both personal property, and we work with the city Parks and Recs should there be public property, as well as PD, to identify and address public nuisances and abatements quickly as well. And we have good turnaround on getting public property cleaned up quickly. For personal property, there's a lot that goes into it. It's very traumatic for both the neighborhood as well as the owner or tenant of that property. And so we like to address it as courteously but as swiftly as possible. And so with those abatements, there's a lot of steps. We work with a third-party contractor to help assist abating it, scheduling estimates, and then working to notify that property owner and or tenant that we will be coming on a specific day, and then how to and what to expect. And then we also coordinate with PD should there be any tension in the neighborhood that can be felt from both the neighborhood and the property owner. For repeat violations, a lot of times we have properties that have the same issue constantly. We have properties where our inspectors and the owner are very familiar with each other. And so we go back out, we address the issue, it goes before code board, it gets the declaration, and then gets cleaned up, and we're back again. So on repeat violations, if it comes back again, then we can increase the fines severity potentially, creating a higher fine for each day that the violation exists, that we witness that violation up until when it comes into compliance, as a potential motivator to to resolve that issue and prevent a repeat. But some residents are just not interested in changing their potential path on how they live. Segueing, that leads me into our challenges for code compliance. Louder? Okay, sorry. Some of the challenges for code compliance would be our due process requirements. Over my short time here with the city, there's been historic challenges with trying to meet the requirements with the state statutes and limitations, different expediting the process as fast as maybe neighborhoods would like. There's also limitations with our homesteaded properties, trying to get them into compliance. Foreclosures are not an option for a homesteaded property. We also have issues with there may be a high fine, but the violation isn't necessarily egregious, so we don't want to take someone's property for a minor violation. There's also the lack of owner resources, so that's something we have to consider when we're dealing with someone who may not have the means to fix a violation, and that goes into the timeline that we offered, the working with them using different organizations. We've been working with the new neighborhood PD liaisons, as well as the neighborhood associate to manager that's been put in place to try to create connections and resources with organizations to try to resolve these issues or help the community get their properties into compliance, but that also does create a slowdown into the process. And then you just have the unresponsive homeowners that do not wish to comply, they're not concerned with liens, and they just accrue, especially if this is their homesteaded property, they do not have an interest in changing how they live. And so that can be a very tense situation for the neighbors around where nobody's satisfied with the outcome. So that's something that our inspectors battle on a daily basis on those properties. You also have certain older neighborhoods that predate certain code requirements. So if a community has no driveway, so they may have more grass parking violations, but how do you solve that if the roads are narrow or something like that? The neighborhood wasn't designed for the codes that are existing now in our newer communities that are built. So that's something that our inspectors have to try to address and work to find what is a reasonable accommodation. And then one of the other challenges would be our hoarding properties that end up usually becoming a repeat. We come back again and again where you have multiple liens filed for the abatements, because when we abate a hoard, it's usually they do not have the means to refund us for the abatement costs that we put out. And so you end up with multiple liens on properties. As well as short-term rentals are also a growing concern in the city, but there are obstacles there as well, as we have an existing ordinance for that can't be modified, as well as our means to prove the violation is occurring should it be happening outside of the websites that are online. So if the websites are showing compliant, how do we verify that if we still get complaints coming in from other sources saying it's still existing? And so we're working with our legal team to be more creative and to look at what can we do to try to address this growing problem for the city. And these are our current department initiatives. We have revised our inspector training, so when I came on board as the manager, I wanted to revamp how we're training new hires. As you know, we have a lot of vacancies, so there's going to be a lot of new people coming in. How would we address the training to make the inspectors as proactive and to get them going as quickly as possible? So I've divided and goal-oriented the training to make sure that it makes sense and gets them going. Our most recent inspector was able to get on board, get trained with this new process, and has already presented a case to our code board successfully. Also, as I mentioned, we're working with legal to streamline internal processes for multiple areas, creating efficiencies and looking for ways to get the properties into compliance quicker. I'm also looking at existing metrics and working with IT to create new metrics so that we can better assess productivity and look at other ways to determine how effective we are being and what are the things that will really identify our successes versus areas of improvement. And then, as I mentioned, we are developing new relationships with our public liaison, with the police department, as well as the neighborhoods, and work closely with solid waste and Parks and Rec to make sure that there's not a gap in communication, so that we're addressing issues quickly and promptly. And lastly, we have an existing door hanger that we use to make contact with violations, but we're also developing a thank you door hanger for property owners that have recently come into compliance and they're maintaining that, or a property that we see that they're putting in the effort, that they care about their community and their property, and we want to show them that we see that and we appreciate that, to try to make sure that code compliance is not just a negative experience in their neighborhood, but also an active part of their community to help keep property value up and the community thriving. So if you have any questions for Gina or myself, I'd be happy to take them now.
Any questions for Ms. Mulder or Ms. Clayton? Mr. Jennings, you have something to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure the council and the public understands the limitations we have on short-term rentals. So would you mind just explaining why we can't amend our existing?
So recently, Florida put out within this past year a limitation that if you didn't already have a short-term rental ordinance, you were not allowed to create one. And so we are constricted within the limitations of our existing ordinance and cannot amend. We are, in essence, grandfathered in to what we have, and so we're working within that to try to meet those expectations of the neighborhoods to try to keep compliance.
Do you have anything to add to that, Mr. Margolis?
Not much. We know this is not a new problem. It's obviously not going away, especially in shoreline communities like ours. So if citizens are dissatisfied, I recommend they speak with their legislators.
Well, we're also seeing short-term rentals on the mainland too. And I remember when we put the ordinance into place, because I made Councilmember Albritton's father extremely mad.
Can I ask?
Yes.
Just to clarify, unless there is a website where the inspector can go in and book for less than 30 days, there's basically nothing we can do to report it. There has to be proof that it's, you know what I mean?
That is typically how we verify a short-term rental. If we can go onto VRBO or Airbnb or one of those many sites and verify that I could potentially book something for less than the 30 days. You're correct. We are working with legal to try to look at if there's another possible avenue, if there's additional collaboration with a complaining neighbor to provide more validation of their complaint to us, different options. So we understand the frustration, but we want to be fair for both parties.
Councilmember Albritton.
Correction, 31 days.
Yeah, 31 days or 1 calendar month, whichever is less.
Other questions, comments, Vice Mayor?
Thank you for that presentation. I've been asking for that, and I appreciate how thorough and detailed it was. I ask for it so I can learn more, but also, as your graph indicates, we get a lot of communication from residents or hear from them about code violations and questions. So I thought it'd be great to have this as a recorded meeting, and people can use it as a reference. I also appreciate what a probably not fun job, right, to approach people about violations. So thank you and all the code officers. On the slide 3, you say you work with other departments, police, parks, solid waste. Would you be working with our neighborhood coordinators as well? I know I think another side, it was communication and education through the HOAs or the Clearwater Neighborhoods Coalition or whatever, but would you loop Sam in on any of, some of that communication?
Absolutely. Sam and I have had many conversations since she's taken that position, and so there is, as well as the liaisons with PD. So I think we are working to create and collaborate on communications with the neighborhoods, providing introductions where needed between all parties, and working with the different HOAs and community associations together.
What if one of your officers suspects there's some mental illness or some other physical, some kind of incapacity of the resident in order to make repairs or comprehend repairs or things like that? Do you refer to a social service agency?
Yeah, so it's a sensitive subject, but if we do think that there is a health and welfare or mental concern with a property owner, there is a branch or an extension with PD that can do home inspections, and we can, contact them to make connection.
Okay. What's the process? I mean, I've had communication over the weekend with a renter who rents on South Betty Lane. It's a family with 3 middle school kids. It sounds like it's a bad landlord and that the home might not even be habitable, like they've got leaking water and black mold, and apparently the story is a landlord hired some contractor to come in and do repairs, and the contractor happened to have worked for the city in the past in code compliance and said, this isn't livable, it's not safe to be here. What's the process for a resident who's a renter and comes up against something like that?
So those types of issues that you mentioned, such as the black mold and water, are items that are handled by the housing division within the planning and development. So if we go out for an exterior, because code compliance usually is the exterior of the property, we go out for a violation and we see any other possible issues, we'll work with the building department as well as the housing inspectors to coordinate an inspection on all and any violations, internal and external, to address the concerns if someone is living in an unsafe property. There's also an unsafe inspection that can be done should a property be uninhabitable.
Okay. And then, so you have on average 5 open positions at one time. Do you guys know why that person declined the position? Was it pay or?
It was personal family issues.
Okay. And then your different areas, you've got 9 is a real small area, but perhaps you have more calls there. Do you have more calls because there are more landlords in those areas?
So the zones are broken up based on need, whereas one zone may be quite large, but there'll be less dense properties, lots are bigger, violations are different or less often, whereas a smaller zone has historically been identified as an area that is very dense in violations and multiple violations at any given property. And a lot of those zones do have a high rental property level.
And is that a higher challenge? I mean,
yes, because when we're making initial contact, we're making that with the renter, and they may or may not be inclined or capable of making the repairs. And then it's another level to try to make contact with the owner of the property who may or may not reside in the state, and their willingness to comply and bring it into our standards, and in what time frame can they do that. And sometimes we have owners that are renting properties out, but they don't have the means to do more than what they are as well.
On slide 6, where you've got abandoned vehicles are pretty high. I've seen abandoned vehicles that have moss growing on them. I mean, they've been there quite a while. Why don't we just tow them away and hold them? and get them out of,
So we work with PD to try to establish, sometimes PD will tow some, depends on the type of property. Is it on private property? Is it on public property? If it's on public property, we can tag the vehicle and have it towed. If it's on private property, then there's more communication and requests for them to get that taken care of, and then should that fail, then we can move forward with the abatement process.
Okay. The miscellaneous code concerns are pretty high. And it's just
It's a
everything else.
catch-all.
Yeah, I just, so I wanted to know if you've seen a significant decrease with the requirement to give identifying information. And if so, it's my understanding that someone can claim safety, that they fear for their safety if they leave identifying information, making a code complaint. Can you clarify that or explain what that?
Yes, so with the recent statute change removing the ability to do an anonymous complaint, there has been a lot of confusion on when you can leave anonymous complaint, because in the statute it does specifically state that if there is a hazard or health or life safety concern, that you may call in and leave an anonymous complaint. But that complaint and that hazard is related to the violation posing a hazard, not the person feeling they're in danger. So unfortunately, the complaining party's concern or their safety or willingness to come forward was not taken into account on that statute. So, but if the hazard itself poses a threat to the neighborhood, then we can pursue without getting a name and an address.
Okay. I was on the slide about reduced delinquent BTRs, the business tax receipt accounts, from over 150 to 37 over the past few months. I think that's fantastic. I had the pleasure of riding around with Inspector Lee Caswell during the Neighborhoods Day, so I got to learn from him. Do we have a value number, I think that's important to know, how much revenue he captured or helped.
I do not have the specific amount, but I can get that for you.
I mean, it's just a nice thing. And then I think, we do have a number of cases, where liens are placed on properties and the liens are accrued that are even more than the value of the home. I mean, is that rare or is it frequent?
Somewhere in the middle. I think there are quite a few liens on properties within the city. We've recently I've broken up the groups of liens and through our different zones, and then worked to re-notify everyone that they have liens, because they may not be aware or they may have forgotten. And so we've readdressed those to communicate with us to get the properties into compliance, or that you may be in compliance now, do you know that you have an outstanding balance? And so we're working to try to rectify those issues. Has there been a homeowner change or a cash sale that has occurred, bankruptcy or anything like that, to address those and to clean that up? And so I've been working with the clerk's office as well as our inspectors and legal to try to bring that number down and to see the outstanding foreclosure or lien amount go down. But some of those, and we use that lien list in conjunction should we, when it's time to look at different foreclosure properties. But we also want to be aware that a high dollar lien may not be the biggest blight in the neighborhood, so you have to kind of prioritize what you're trying to resolve with those foreclosures.
And I guess one of the last things is, can you talk a little bit about the challenges with enforceability of some of the ordinances? So, for example, I've gotten calls from people who live on Sand Key Beach. I live across the street from the beach, and At each of the public entrances, it says there are no dogs allowed on the beach, and they list an ordinance number. And so some people in high rises, I rarely see animals on the beach, but anyway, some people might see a dog, somebody has a dog on the beach, and, you know, what's the reality of calling the police department or someone and having a police officer drive out to Sand Key, get out of his or her car, walk out to the beach, and then find that dog, and then, you know, and so is it really an enforceable ordinance? And so if you could maybe speak to some of those, and I know you guys are aware of the harbor town tree ordinance thing, so if you could speak a little bit about that. And then the other thing is our ability now, thankfully, to restrict smoking on beaches and parks, and we'll be, you know, addressing that in the near future, I'm thinking, because the county's addressing it. And so what's the realistic expectations of how that's going to be enforced, communicated, all that?
So some of those ordinances that you're mentioning, such as the dog or the smoking, are ordinances that would be enforced by PD.
Okay.
And not code enforcement, whereas ours is a beautification or maintenance of property ordinances, and so those are the ones. But we do work in collaboration should we see a violation to try to notify the appropriate officer that we know is on duty at that time, so that he can quickly address a violation should it occur.
Okay.
But yes, those are tricky to get resolution.
Yeah. And then the tree one, I mean, just, I know she's listening, and she has every right to tune in and get an explanation. But, yeah.
Okay, do you have some specific questions you'd like me to respond to? Yes, I can say that there has been an ongoing dialogue with one resident from Harbor Town over the years. And we have issued tree removal permits, and they have replanted trees. And when that happens, we're done. We go away. But I think there's been some feeling that we should be coming back and re-inspecting for trees that die. We are not resourced to do that. We do not do that. When someone plants a tree, then we're considered that the permit issue is closed. We do have, right now, they need to replant 11 trees, and they were supposed to do, I think, at least 9 of them this past weekend. They just got another permit, and they will owe 4, and we are in good communications. They have a new president. Dr. Condiff now is their president, and so our staff has been working very hard to get a good relationship with him in dealing with this issue. I do want to say we have 2 land development arborists for the entire city, and they are tasked with reviewing site plans, reviewing building permits, doing land clearing and grubbing out in the field, and issuing tree permits. This is for the entire city. We do not have a proactive tree enforcement arm, and with the resources we have, we're never going to be able to do that. So we don't have a lot of enforcement going on, and we certainly don't go back and re-inspect trees. Part of the issue is that this is an existing developed property. They've been there for years. There's a lot of trees, and we have this issue with other properties. It's kind of hard to document. Then you throw in there, we had the time where the legislature said you don't have to get a city permit. So that added some confusion to the process, I think, as well. So I don't know what else you would like me to respond to with the situation. It is ongoing. I think that once we get these 11 trees replaced, that we feel that they have met the code. Now, we are continuing to receive landscaping bills, et cetera, and being asked to, investigate things that have occurred over the years, and that's just really very difficult for us to do.
Okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I guess one last thing. If we have some ordinances that are hard to enforce or unenforced, do you think we have any that are unenforceable? do municipalities clean up the books and take ordinances off periodically?
Sure, we can do that. I think typically if, there's an issue that comes up from code enforcement saying it doesn't work, then we need to tweak the code, and that we probably realistically have some things out there that could be tweaked, maybe cleaned up, make them a little clearer. And then we have standards that our residents just don't agree to, and they like us to change them as well, so.
Thank you.
So your questions about dogs harken back to my favorite email
Okay.
of the last 2 years. And I received this from a citizen. What I don't understand is why the coyotes are allowed to roam the beach, while other canine dogs are restricted from Clearwater beaches. As you can see, this coyote is roaming freely in full daylight. That's my favorite email from the last 2 years. I've saved it.
Yeah.
I did explain that we didn't put collars and leashes on coyotes. So there was no owner to really take that responsibility, but thought I'd give us a little bit of levity. Ms. Mulder, first of all, welcome aboard. So now that you have been on board, are there any other changes? I know that you've identified projects and whatnot, but are there any other structural changes you're making to the department? Have you looked at, the zones and the division of labor for the people that you have?
I've discussed with Gina the idea of changing around potentially zones, the topic of even adding additional zones. But as I kind of described, the way that they're broken up is to address like a zone that may have it may be larger, but it has a lot of county property in it. So I think for now, I will leave the zones and I'm reevaluating as they are, but we have moved around which inspector is in which zone to make sure that our inspectors are well-rounded and they know the diversity of the city and the different communities. Also looking at consistency in process as I'm learning the various computer programming that we use in the city to monitor and track, and looking for more efficient ways to do that within the department and within our division.
I mean, like Zone 1 is massive in some ways and not homogeneous. Because it's the beach, it's downtown, there's residential, there's commercial.
Well, the beach, nobody does that.
Yeah,
High rise, I mean, it's,
C&P doesn't.
Zone 1 is a unique zone to work in. It has its own specialty of violations that we see in that zone. It also has that Fort Harrison section to break up the complexity and the variety of the type of violations that inspector will see. So while it is vast, it's also it's a very tight community and a condensed amount of violations. A lot of the beach properties maintain themselves. The HOAs are very strict. And so we have a lot of communication and cooperation and collaboration with those associations to ensure that we have quick compliance to those violations, whereas some other neighborhoods that don't have an association, such as the smaller areas near Fort Harrison, may not have that association to assist or that community in that same manner. So that's why it is vast, and also to account for the beautiful water.
Anything else? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
9.1.
Authorized purchase order to Hewlett Packard Enterprise for the equipment lease of desktops, laptops, and tablet computers.
Mayor, Council, Dan Mayer, IT Director. We are approving this for a short term as the state is behind on their contract bidding and renewals. We normally bring this forward for a 3-year term, and over the 3-year period, the approximate cost for our leasing is about $2.5 million, a little bit less. So we're doing this for 7 months. We believe the 525 will get us to the point where they'll either have their new contract in place or an extension. We typically do not bid this independently because we do not represent a volume of the commodity to get any price advantage at all. The state agreements really give us the best pricing that we'll be able to get. And most of the time, when we have done in the past, they give us the state pricing as their response to our request.
Any questions for Mr. Mayor? Consent?
Yep.
That's a lot of waiting, Mr. Mayor, for 30 seconds. Maybe we need to do a buzzer system in everybody's office. When you're on deck, we'll send you an email. 10.1,
Appoint one member to the Municipal Code Enforcement Board to fill an unexpired term through October 31st, 2023. Council members, in your agenda pack, you had applications for Charles Engel, James Baskell, and Nancy Wolf Diaz. Just for background, Mr. Engel completed one term, and he completed 1 year of his second reappointment, but resigned due to COVID, so that's the reason why he left. And I did speak with Ms. Wolf Diaz because of the application, and I thought it lacked some answers. And so she is a retired federal employee who used to work in the passport office. So she doesn't have necessarily any experience in code enforcement background, but she did live in Miami, and so her experience is more from coming from Miami where they were very strict in the area that she was at, to coming over here where she feels it's not as strict, so it's more a passionate resident who wants to be engaged in the process.
any questions or comments? Vice Mayor?
I thought we had a different application form. Is this the,
This came in prior to the
Prior
new
to that,
application,
okay.
so the new
That's what I
application
thought.
will be going online at the beginning of the month.
okay.
Consensus around any of these?
Like,
Or do you want to talk about it further on Thursday?
Can we see if we have consensus?
I couldn't hear you.
Can we see if we do have consensus?
I mean, to me, Mr. James or Mr. Charles seem to be the most qualified.
That's what I put down. Either gentleman is
The only
fine.
concern with James would be he'd be the third one from that zip code, but I don't know how significant that is.
We try to vary it, so, I mean, that is an issue.
So are we comfortable with Mr. Charles?
I'm comfortable with Mr. Charles.
yeah, you talking about
Mr.
Engel?
Engel.
Yes, Charles Engel.
Sorry.
Engel,
Sorry.
yeah.
Correct.
It's okay.
Okay.
I'm fine with either one of them, frankly, so Mr. Engel is fine with me.
I was kind of leaning that way.
All right.
Okay. Very good.
Consent?
Yes.
Yes. Any questions on second readings, 11.1 and 11.2? See none, the direction for budget. So this was really my problem. You know, when I returned to office in March of 2020, we did not know what to expect from COVID. How it would impact the budget and revenues, we all expected the worst, something like an 08-09. Luckily, that did not occur. This year, we've had a windfall of property tax revenue, up $9.3 million, or 13%. I appreciate that Mr. Jennings has proposed changes to departments and organizational structure. There's always a need to question how an organization is functioning and where improvements can be made. That being said, I do believe we have more difficult times ahead of us with the economy, and now is not a time to spend the entire 13% increase. The city of Clearwater delivers services to our residents with people. Certainly we have buildings, but the primary cost is people, and adding 44.5 FTEs this year, I think is a little reckless. I believe that several of these positions will not necessarily be needed until the fourth quarter of our fiscal year, So I'd also like to ramp up employees rather than assuming how many will be necessary and potentially have to eliminate positions down the road. I also believe that our residents, our customers, deserve a break on their taxes when we have a windfall year. Another way of looking at it is, what if we did not see property values rise to this extent? Would we have been willing to raise the millage rate? And my guess is no. So this brought a couple different thoughts to me. First of all, I would like to start a zero-based budgeting exercise in 2 or 3 departments, starting with next year's budget. I don't know if any of you are familiar with zero-based budgeting. Anyone?
Vaguely, but I don't.
It's basically starting from scratch and justifying every component of a department. And it is a thorough, basically, investigation starting from scratch. And I'm not suggesting that obviously this year, but I'm thinking about it next year and the fact that we pick 1 or 2, maybe even 3 departments and rotate them through the years and look at it that way. The city manager and staff did make recommendations if we rolled back the millage a quarter of the way. Some of these recommendations, I think, were reasonable, some of them not so much. There was a little bit of rhetoric in some of the items that I would like to talk about at some point. Ultimately, the city council approves the budget. I wish we had a strategic plan for some of these decisions. Unfortunately, we don't. Hopefully next year. Several of the recommendations I can live with on the list, others I think more of a discussion. And frankly, I think there's some philosophical changes in some of these recommendations. And you know, some of those I'd really like to talk about, like bringing restrooms back to neighborhood parks. There was a reason that we did not have restrooms in neighborhood parks. They were neighborhood in nature. So you were supposed to be close enough to those parks that you could run back home and use the facilities. Back in the day, we did have a lot of issues with restrooms. And so this was an issue that ebbed and flowed over time. We had complaints a lot of times from neighbors with drug deals that went on and other activity that they weren't really thrilled about having close to their homes. Whereas our regional rec centers, our regional parks, we had restrooms because it was drawing from the entire community and you wouldn't necessarily be close to your home. The other thing that I think we've moved away from a little bit is the flexing of hours at our recreation centers and libraries. And so, you know, over the last week, I've been going through all that because we were looking at adding hours at North Greenwood. And so I don't know if any of you have ever looked at the library hours and the recreation hours. Has anyone done that? The library hours are really relatively easy to get. Some of the rec center hours, not so easy. They're there, but you got to search for them. So what I did was I printed up the library hours for you to see, because there are certain libraries that never close, and then there are other libraries that do. And, you know, one of the things that I think is important is, you know, you ought to be fishing where the fish are. And, you know, I think rec centers and libraries ought to be open more on the weekends when students need them and other resources. The rec center hours, I just did a spreadsheet for everybody so you can see. Back in 08-09, when we had a real challenge with budgets, we decided that we were going to rotate hours at recreation centers and libraries. That there wouldn't always be every library or rec center open, but that there would always be one that was open that you could avail yourself of. And, you know, so after looking at this, I'm a little bit concerned, you know, for instance, with the North Greenwood Library being closed on Saturday and Sunday. I think that's something, you know, that maybe we have a weekday that the libraries are closed, but I think all of the libraries should rotate so that no one neighborhood takes the brunt of closures. But that everybody has one during the week. That's just my personal opinion, and I think we can overcome some of these labor issues by doing that rotation. Now, I know that's a little bit more of an issue for our employees, because now they're working on the weekends, and they've got family that may not be working. But I think that's when we have to deliver services, is when they are most desired. I'm not going to go into the hours of the rec centers. I frankly I was a little surprised, because I haven't looked at them in years, the way that some of them open extraordinarily early and then some of them open considerably later. And I'm sure, Mr. Halios, you could give an explanation for that, but I'm assuming we're doing some demand studies on when people actually want to go to different rec centers. I see you shaking your head, so.
Yes, Mayor. Like, take for example, the Countryside Rec Center and the hours that it's open. I believe it's 5 a.m. opening on that one. That is due to the demand for people to come in and work out before going to work. So we've had demand on that. And then take, for example, North Greenwood and Ross Norton. As the supervisor of Ross Norton many years ago, I can tell you that is usually not active until probably 10 or 11 o'clock during the day. So there is no demand for it to open as early for people to get in there and do working out prior to work because of the different work schedules, you know, and that's, a lot of that is focused on demand of the corresponding community.
And so that makes sense. I get it. But I mean, like the Long Center, for instance, being closed on Sunday, I consider that to be our mothership. It's probably the most centrally located to everywhere, and yet we're closed on Sunday.
Sure, and a lot of that was done, and we can go back and always, you know, at the direction of council and the city manager, look at that, but it was done based on usage. And again, as someone that ran, you know, the Countryside Rec Center, I can tell you, there was a time when it was open on a Sunday, and we would have sometimes 5 to 10 people coming during the whole day. The demand just was not there. Again, we can look at it again, but we've tried to strategically within the city have rec centers, whether it be on the one on the east side and then one on the west side of the city, open on that Sunday, so someone can participate in recreation on a Sunday. It may not be at the rec center right next to their house, but it's somewhere in that geographic vicinity where they can utilize a rec center.
Thank you. Sure. You have a question?
No, I just have a
Councilmember
comment.
Albrecht.
I think rotating is a great idea because the Long Center being closed on Sunday, I would think, and it may be a seasonal thing, but I would think that there'd be a lot of people using it, especially in the winter. Not necessarily the pool, maybe, but it is an indoor pool. When not so many people are going to the beach, maybe they'd be inside playing basketball or something, so.
Vice Mayor?
Well, and I think too, you know, I think of the North Greenwood Rec Center closed on a Sunday. I mean, I'm thinking certainly there are a lot of families in the North Greenwood community, and it's not one of our higher income communities. And they don't have a nice park like Moccasin Lake. They don't even have a Lake Bellevue to walk around. And so what can they do in their community? They've got Cherry Harris Park, and it's a nice park, but as far as where can they walk together as a family and enjoy the water, you know, go to a pool and if it's closed on Sundays, I mean, again, if it's not used, maybe it's letting residents know that it's open on Sunday or inviting them more to come. So that's one thing. I like to think about what other amenities are in that part of the city that a family would go to if the rec center were closed. The other thing I think about is I hear more and more people are playing pickleball inside, and would you open, I think it was at Ross Norton that had pickleball inside, and then there was a summer camp that came, and the older retired pickleball players were getting displaced or something, but, maybe they can fill up some of that usage as well. I don't know. I'm sure they're wanting to use it more in the summer when it's really hot. That's just kind of some comments I had about rec centers.
So, Mr. Halios, do you move people around from rec center to rec center, or do you pretty much have them have a single home?
No, they have a single home. Every now and then we'll relocate them to a new facility just so they get experience working at that facility, but it's not where it'd be on a weekly or a monthly basis where that would go.
Ms. Obermeyer, the same question for you.
General Meyer, Library Director, same answer to Mr. Halios. We have people who primarily work in the branches and cover as needed if when we're short-staffed.
But could you move them around more than you do?
Possibly. I have to look at our staffing levels. We're running pretty lean. So it just depends, if we have vacancies or the challenge of moving people around.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Certainly something to look into.
All right. Vice Mayor?
I would think there's a challenge too, in this difficult job market to recruit and retain, is if we're wanting people to work on weekends. That might be, something.
Not necessarily.
No? Okay.
For some reason, a lot of people are just looking for higher pay or better benefit, so.
Well, they would have to be incentivized? There would be a bonus to be working on the weekends, right? Or not, you're saying no, not really?
I don't know if you can offer that.
Yeah, that would be something that we would have to negotiate and discuss.
But you're saying you haven't had a problem with it, is that what I'm hearing you say?
On the weekends?
Yes.
People.
Not necessarily. We're having a really difficult time hiring part-time. But it's not because of weekend hours.
Okay.
And those people working on the weekends are then getting weekdays off, right?
Correct.
So.
Correct.
Thank you. So one of the, did you have something?
Yeah. I think for most people, libraries and rec centers are the storefronts for the city. This is the place where they go to experience things, I guess I don't mind, if you're going to spread the pain and close down some other locations so it's not always the same spot. But we're looking at $32 million a year to keep the sewers running, which of course we need to do. Most people don't even think of that. This seems like nickel and dime stuff to worry about a few additional hours at a library or a rec center. And if we're going to slash the budget to affect things like this, it doesn't make sense to me.
Well, the difference is these are general fund departments, so they're funded by ad valorem taxes and some fees, whereas the water and sewer are enterprise funds, and those are paid for by our user fees. So it is different.
It's different, except I think people look at it and go, man, I sure wish that we could go in and swim today in North Greenwood. I sure wish the library was open tonight. I think people are seeing these as services that are important to them as citizens.
Well, my point is, I think citizens also expect us to run a tight ship. And I think most people would be thrilled with a 13% increase. Most of them haven't gotten that this year, and yet we're going to spend it. And I won't be here in a couple of years. So, but what you create today, you will have to pay for tomorrow. And so there are some things on the manager's list. I also think through flexing, not actually diminishing total service at rec centers and libraries, but you can gain savings. We don't necessarily have to be open all, or have every recreation center open at all these hours, or every library at every hour. I think you will have service in the city. You may not have it in your backyard all the time. But I think it's something we ought to look at, if nothing is a healthy exercise. I was, as I said, concerned about some of the, I don't know what else to call, but a little bit of rhetoric in the document that was given with potential cuts. Under the police department, under the second bullet, it says the community liaison team would be reduced by 2 officers, resulting community outreach becoming the responsibility of patrol zone officers as time permits. A relationship with the community is vital to the success of any police department. Reducing these positions will decrease the ability of the department to identify and respond to community issues, gain cooperation in criminal investigations, and decrease the legitimacy and public trust. That's a pretty strong statement for 2 positions. I mean, Chief, I thought we were doing the park walk and talk, and most patrol officers were doing that.
They are, and to answer our police department, I mean, I'm going to take exception to the reference to it being rhetoric. I think it's a valid concern. I mean, when we have 2 people that we can dedicate to do that full time, and we certainly don't get, it's not something that has to get accomplished in their discretionary time. You heard today from the people talking from code enforcement, they're liaisoning with those people. They're attending the community meetings. We don't have to worry as much about missing the community meetings because they're able to attend because they're not call driven. They're able to dedicate their time to certain problem solving. Part of our success of our agency has been with having strong relationships. Now, it doesn't mean that the Park Walk and Talk program is not valuable and that we don't derive a benefit from having all of our officers engaged with the community. Certainly, it's not implied to, but if you're asking me where to make the cuts, we had the 10 new positions in the budget to basically satisfy some demands that we're seeing in other areas in the patrol division. So we're accomplishing that. I couldn't really pull them out of there because I really need them where I did it, so I had to basically find them elsewhere. If I have to accomplish it through the zone officers, I can. And that's what I thought was the request of the direction was, how could we survive if we had to? And so if I lost them, I would. I would not want to give them up. I think, that liaison program prior to the 2009 was a sergeant and 4 officers. I'm accomplishing it with 2 now, which I think is very valuable to us.
And I'm not suggesting getting rid of it, but the rhetoric, in my opinion, that description that this would undermine the legitimacy of the police department.
Well, your legitimacy and the trust that you build with the community is you're continually evaluated through the lens of the people that have relationships with you. And you've got plenty of context, so certainly you could talk to homeowners associations, and the time when we had those positions vacant, they'll tell you that it was not able to be accomplished as well as it is now. So there's certainly, I think, value from the perspective of the citizen in being able to call somebody on a cell phone, not just call a general call for service line, and to work on a problem. I mean, in many of the problems, they're very, very low-level stuff, but very frustrating for the public, that are best accomplished from somebody who's tasked to spend the time on those problems that sometimes take a significant amount of time, even though they're very low level, that your patrol officer's not going to be able to dedicate the time to do it. Some of it's as simple as making sure that the Duke Energy power light gets fixed and going on the app and taking care of that for them. It's certainly something we're very proud of, the high level of service that we provide, and I think that has created confidence in us and really created the legitimacy that we benefit from today. If you cut the program, the legitimacy of the department's not going to be gone come January, but long term, it could sacrifice it. It could be challenged, and so I certainly didn't mean to just try to politically throw out language, that verbiage I thought would be unpalatable, but I do believe in the program.
Well, it's not one of the ones I'm recommending eliminating.
I'm
just
glad
so
to
you
hear
know,
that.
But Councilmember Bunker.
Yeah, I'm going to support Chief Slaughter on this. I think those are worthy positions to keep. And I'd also hate to see the mental health co-responder agreement cut, as I think that is an important thing that we've added that helps the officers as much as the citizens. And it's not something that we should just say, well, that's not worth it.
Well, yes, certainly.
I hate budgeting, but we all do it, right? We all have to make hard decisions. My kids they got old beaters as their first car, but they went to the colleges that they chose. It's all about prioritizing. This is a hard no for me. There's no way I want to remove this. Safety has always been a priority for myself and everyone else. When I look at other, and I'm surprised it's actually included, to be honest with you. We hear it from citizens all the time, and when we all run for our campaign, safety is our first thing, so we need to put we need to mean it. So definitely do not support any cuts to the police department. There are other things that I am comfortable with. Office of Innovation, we went from 0 community liaisons to 2. I'm comfortable with that. That's slow growth. But cutting the police department, to me, is not something that I can back up at all.
Why don't I go through the list of what I do think is palatable? Obviously, not palatable to Mr. Jennings, because his recommendation in this memo was that none of these things be cut. But, on the real estate coordinator, how many properties, Denise, I guess you're the last person standing. How many properties are we looking at a year that were so overloaded?
Good afternoon, Denise Anderson. So this has actually been an issue across the city for many years, and one of the challenges is we've had a single employee responsible for vacations, rights of way, management of property leases, acquisitions, and dispositions. It is a huge body of work that typically requires additional personnel to get involved in order to manage it. So a great example is Chuck Lane ended up handling the acquisition of the North Ward School. So he gets pulled into numerous and sundry acquisitions. But that happens, copy that activity across multiple departments, and typically you see that. So this, what we found is that we do not have a comprehensive system and approach to managing properties generally, and we need to grab a hold of that, because as we move forward to implement some of our economic development and affordable housing goals, if you will, that activity is only going to increase.
So that's one of the positions I supported not bringing on. I wanted to leave, you're okay for now.
Thank you.
Wanted to leave the payroll technician for fire. But I would like to see us reduce overall overtime. I know a lot of the overtime is unavoidable, Chief. I get that. But if we're getting somebody on board to be more accountable, then I also hope that we're going to get greater results on eliminating overtime. I could forgo the additional HR manager. Sorry, Jennifer. And the additional network analyst. I have to say, Mr. Mayor's department, whenever I call the helpline and they don't know it's me, it gets answered immediately, and they seem to be able to resolve all the issues. I'm happy to grow the neighborhood services to 3 individuals, our director and adding 2. But I don't know that we need to go to 4 yet until we see that we have a deficit. With the adding of the 10 officers for the police, I would not mind seeing them taking on the additional traffic duties. I don't know what that saves because it was not a specific line item. And then in the public works, the additional 200,000, we put $2 million from ARPA into public works for sidewalks. I'd like to see us spend all that before allocating another 200. And then as I showed you with the hours at the libraries and rec centers, I would like us to flex some of the hours so that North Greenwood has hours on the weekends and move some personnel around. I think we ought to be doing that with Parks and Rec too. Some of the things that I think we need to discuss at some point, are bringing on, I think we ought to talk about neighborhood parks and whether we want to have restrooms there. And if so, should it be custodial staff that is in-house? Or should we be outsourcing it? That is another overall arching conversation that the council ought to have, is in-house versus outsourcing. Certainly when you have in-house, you have greater control, probably have higher quality, but you also have significantly higher costs. Because when we outsource, those organizations probably are not paying the benefits that we offer. But that's something I think we ought to talk about at some point. And I think we also ought to be talking about the outsourcing, the local or the neighborhood bathrooms. And then I'd also like to see us ramp up some of these positions rather than putting them into place now. When is our new Public Works Director going to be in place?
Beginning of next month.
So, I mean, some of this is restructuring without that individual really understanding the department, seeing where the strengths, weaknesses, and changes should be made. And I just think some of that's a little bit premature. With the officers, I don't know what that would save. I got to about $1.2 million without the flexing of the libraries and the recreation centers. But I really do feel strongly that we ought to give our citizens a break. I know it's not a huge amount, but I would ask each of you, if we didn't have this 13% increase, would you have been willing to increase the millage rate this year?
I don't think anyone wants to raise taxes. I'm also seeing, though, housing prices seem to be dropping. The price at the pump is dropping. We still have worldwide, structural problems with, getting things to market. I think we'll build our way out of here, but I'm not sure that it's easy to say, oh yeah, let's cut taxes. No one's going to be upset with us if we say, oh, we'll cut taxes. But again, how much savings is it per household if we do this? Wasn't it something like $40, $60?
They're saying 15 per 100,000 of value.
Okay.
But understand, this isn't cutting taxes. This is reducing how far we're increasing the rate.
Right. But here's my other point.
The taxes are going up.
Here's my other point. If you may recall, when we were looking for a new city manager, I was kind of aggressive in questioning Mr. Jennings. And at the end of the voting session, I said, if Mr. Jennings is the way everyone wants to go, I will vote for him, and I will give him my full support. And I've tried to do that. I think what he's suggesting is predominantly good for the city and for the staff. I believe the bigger moves that he's making of reaching out to the communities again, I think that's good. You know, I'm looking at the restructuring that he's doing, and I say, unless there's some real hardcore problem there, which I don't see, I think he should be given a chance to do what he was brought here to do, which is to make life here in the city better for everyone, to you know, get our economy booming with the work we're doing downtown. So I would say that really we should be discussing that key point of, do we want to go with his suggestions and not cut the millage right now, to or do we just want to say no? You know, it doesn't have any merit at all. I back Mr. Jennings in this.
Any other questions or comments? I feel like I'm on an island. But it's okay.
It's all right. You know,
Vice Mayor.
So I would, I agree with your comments about, you know, investigating outsourcing some custodial maintenance with neighborhood parks. I think that's kind of an interesting idea. We might be able to use small business enterprise here in the community. I look at how our city is growing, and a lot of unknowns that are coming with that growth. So we certainly have major construction going on in Clearwater. We have at least 5 major hotels going up on Clearwater Beach. I know the police chief has said he's concerned about getting more patrols out there. We have this $4 million development coming on the bluff that brings with it all sorts of different challenges and people eventually, certainly not just next year. But we have the amphitheater that'll be operating in the park next year. We're in the process of designing our new city hall and revamping our municipal services building. Again, those prices are not fixed and agreed to, you know, guaranteed maximum price. We have an impending contract with the Phillies coming up. We have the police officers who have asked to have their contract opened. We have residents who want to see their park bathrooms open and accessible, and I get that we have. And I think we have a push for people wanting pocket parks, those neighborhood parks that you can walk to, which is wonderful for a variety of reasons. You get to know your neighbors, and you're not in a car going to a destination location, so you're not spending time in a car and driving and polluting the air. But those pocket parks, speaking of someone who had 3 kids in 3.5 years, you know, you pull them in a wagon or a stroller or whatever, you're not racing home to go to the bathroom. I mean, you're there at the park, and it really helps to have a bathroom close by. You've got a 2 or 3-year-old that says, I gotta go to the bathroom. It's like, I gotta go now. But anyway, we saw from the presentation from Whit Blanton, who talked about looking for our police officers to help step up enforcing speed for safety. Our code enforcement is understaffed. We've been woefully understaffed, and I think in the beginning of the year, January, February, March, whenever we had our first presentation, we were at 170, I think, unfilled positions, and now we're down to 44.5. I'm all about saving money, but we have got to respect, honor, and reward our employees for doing the important work in the city, and we've got to be able to do that work. And so I want those vacancies filled. I want high-quality people. I would love for them to stay long-term and feel invested, and I think that takes money. We also have increasing costs related to cybersecurity and effective communications. Those are, you know, ongoing threats that cost money. We have annexations into our city nearly every single council meeting. We continue to grow. And so those are, you know, those are some of the things. We, as a municipality, are just like all the other surrounding municipalities. We're challenged with hiring and retaining employees. And we want we don't have to be the top, salary in the county, but we certainly need to be competitive. So we have a whole bunch of costs and obligations in our cart that we need to pay for to simply provide the best service to our residents. And so I don't feel now is the time to reduce the millage. We can maintain. The other question I thought about was, so homeowners will never pay more than a 3% increase if they're homesteaded, and we have a lot of landlords. And so if we reduce this, a lot of our renters aren't going to see any kind of, extra money in their pocket necessarily. So the rollback is for homestead, not landlords, and I wonder, I wouldn't hold my
property
breath.
owners.
Yeah, but I wouldn't hold my breath that those landlords are gonna pass on, savings. But anyway, those are some of my data points in wanting to respect and agree with our leadership's recommendations on staffing in the budget this year.
Councilmember Albrecht.
When I first got this letter from the city manager, I went through it and my first thought, when I got elected the first time, I think the first month I was on council, we had to raise the millage rate. And I'm like, and I even said, being the new guy is not fun and everybody's voting to raise it. And I didn't want to have to go through that again. I always thought that, and I still maintain that we need to make a balance between what we take from our citizens and what we give our citizens. And I know that just being involved with city government for a while, that we did make some major cuts that really never got restored back in, 2009, 10. Mayor, I like what you're saying, because my initial response to this letter was, no, I really didn't want to give anything back because, as Councilman Teixeira said, we've got a lot of things we're really not sure about that's coming up that are big changes for Clearwater. And I didn't want to have to go back and say, okay, we're reducing it, the rollback rate, we're reducing it in order to give back homeowners $40, but we're eliminating a lot of the things we've talked about over the years that we really needed to restore. And as everybody knows, just like with all other businesses right now, we've had a hard time in Clearwater and staff, maintaining and keeping staff and keeping programs going that we hear about all the time up here on the dais that are real important for neighborhoods and so forth. But I do agree with you on a lot of the things you've said tonight. I like the rotation idea. I like the custodial thing. I think outsourcing is a great idea. I don't think we need restrooms in pocket parks. On our major parks, we need restrooms, but I think that's something that I'm really not going to support. I do think we need a connection with the city and neighborhoods and the extra FTEs to bring on neighborhood coordinators. I think something I've been hearing for 10 years. I mean, you really need to, that part of it I'm not willing to cut. Also, the real estate coordinator position I really didn't think of much before, but we failed with the landings because one of the things people said, and I listened, was, why can't we put together some parcels in the industrial section and for light industrial? And well, we don't have anybody that can do that. Maybe this guy can do that, get some of these small parcels pieced together, because that's one thing Clearwater does not have. We do not have light industrial here. And that is a benefit for all the citizens to have light industrial, because they don't require parks, they don't require libraries, they just pay their taxes. And I think that's one thing that we're really lacking here. You know, we just discussed the police thing, I'm not gonna go over again. It's hard for me to say, eliminate that, because as long as I've ever known, safety's first, and if our chief is saying that he needs this to maintain safety and to be a better police department, I'm for that. And the downtown core, you know, the putting on a couple of 4.5 FTEs for programming at Imagine Clearwater, Station Square Park, Festival Court, Lake Park. I don't think we need that many. I would be against that. I mean, we did talk at this council meeting, starting 4 hours ago, about Friends of Coachman Park, that's going to be a group that's going to be giving us feedback on that. So, and they don't require any FTEs. So I think maybe we ought to slow down a little bit on all these gains we're doing here, but I do think there's a balance, and I do think that we could cut back some. I'm not sure if I'm willing to cut back everything on this sheet, so it's kind of where I stand, Mayor.
Councilmember Teixeira.
Please bear with me, I want to address some of the comments that were here. So on behalf of, we always hear about renters and their challenges, and I understand that, but I would be remiss in not speaking for property owners. And there's a lot of things that people don't talk about, and sometimes they get demonized. Property owners during COVID did not get rent for over a year and a half and have yet to be compensated. So I understand that this would only benefit property owners, but they're still our citizens. And it's only probably $50, I understand that. But I did get a lot of citizens reach out to me and say, you know, with this surplus, share the wealth. If you got more, then spread it back to us, even if it's a token. And I understand that. I remember, you know, when the airlines, the fuel costs went up, and all of a sudden we had to get charged for our baggage. And all of a sudden the fuel went down, and guess what? I'm still getting charged for my bags. And the optics, you know, the optics is awful. And I would love to decrease the millage rate. But when I'm looking at these cuts, some of these I just cannot agree to in good conscience and feel good about it. And then the other thing that I'm worried about is juggling what the citizens want from us and how we were going to provide it. And then if there's darker days ahead, am I ready to increase the millage back up? So I'm wondering if just keeping it as is would be a good option. And it's a difficult decision to juggle what the citizens want from us and what we can provide at what cost. But the cuts as written here, I cannot agree to all of them, absolutely not.
Are there any that any of you can agree to?
Several that you said I would be okay with. Office of Innovation. I would like some more time to process your suggestions, but I'm willing to review them, yes.
Well, then we can talk about it further on Thursday night, after all of you get a chance to review it. And at that point, we can at least have a vote. Okay? Anything else, Mr. Margolis?
I do want to mention one thing. I know it's been a long work session, but just in reference to the PSTA land swap agreement. So I've been speaking with PSTA's attorneys to kind of bring that to a successful resolution. But I just want to make sure everyone understands a couple key provisions in that agreement with PSTA before we finalize them. And that's especially important because the last time this contract was worked on was a year ago by my predecessor, Ms. Aiken, and a lot of things have changed in that past year, not just people-wise, not just in terms of me being here or a different city manager, having a new council member, but also in terms of some of our assumptions about the usage for that property. The property that we're acquiring, remember, is the old bus terminal. It's located on Garden Avenue. And at the time that this was first being discussed with PSTA, the plan was for the city to build a new city hall on that site. Since that's no longer the plan, one thing for council to think about in the future is what you'd like to see on that site. And you don't have to make that decision anytime soon. However, once we enter into this land swap contract with PSTA, they will need to continue using the old bus terminal for quite some time while they're constructing the new intermodal center. I have spoken with PSTA's attorney. I've asked her how long that's likely to take. She said that they're looking to target an opening of the new intermodal center in fall of 2025. So that would be 3 years. However, there are a lot of reasons, none of which may be PSTA's fault, but there are a lot of reasons why that may get delayed. There are environmental issues that may come up, there's design issues that may come up, there's construction materials, labor shortages, and things like that. And so if there is a desire for the city to do something with the old bus terminal in the next 3 to 4 years, we may not be able to do that based on the contract as currently structured. So I want to ensure before I present an agreement to council, the council is comfortable with the idea that it may be 4 years before we can do anything with that old bus terminal. And if council's not comfortable with that idea, I'd like to discuss that. I'd like to hear that feedback so we can talk about how to structure the deal differently with PSTA.
When do you hope to have the agreement solidified?
They're certainly pressing me to do it as soon as possible, not surprisingly. So.
Questions, comments for Mr. Margolis? Councilmember Albrecht?
Well, we talked about this last week. Pressure is off when we were really thinking City Hall was going to go there. So I don't think we have anything in 4. I mean, I hope we can act sooner than that, but when we were trying to do a swap and put City Hall on the 500 block, at the same time that then we had to get an alternate site, and so that was but that to me is that's already done, because we kind of decided where we're going to put City Hall, and that is off the table there, so.
I don't think that's where your city manager wants to put the city hall anymore in lieu of the
Well, I heard that too.
bus station.
But we haven't had a chance to talk, so.
Well, I mean, I think we've all pretty much agreed that, we're going to have to go forward with the PSTA site at Myrtle and Court. I can't imagine us trying to relocate them in the interim somewhere with a year to go. So, I mean, from that perspective, I think we have to move ahead and understand that that property is going to be locked up. Worrying about what that property is going to be at Park and Garden, Fort Harrison, and Pierce at this time before the referendum,
Yeah.
I think is premature.
Yeah, you don't want to muddy the water.
I mean, I think, what happens in November will somewhat dictate potentially what could happen there. So, I mean, my guidance would be we need to go ahead and move forward and anticipate that that property is just going to be out of use until the new multimodal site is complete. I don't know how you all feel, but.
Yep.
Seeing shaking heads. So, 5 shaking heads.
I see 5 shaking heads.
Okay.
No reason to vote on it.
That sounds like an album cover.
Thank you for that guidance from council. I'll be in touch with PSTA's attorney this week to get that finalized, and then we'll bring that back before council soon.
The only thing, though, that still does concern me is if they don't get the balance of the funding, at some point, I don't think we should be locked in. And I don't know how long it is until the grant money has to be used from the Fed.
I think it's 3 years, but we're going to be moving faster than that, I think.
Well, I hope so, but you've got to fill the gap, right?
Yep.
We are, and based on that feedback from council, we have inserted a provision into the agreement which says that we will not have to close on the real estate until they have proof of all of the funding that they need. And so, as Mr. Miller said recently, I don't know if they're actually going to get that funding from the county. I mean, they've indicated that that they are. I've heard some mixed feedback on that. Regardless, they've indicated they will meet the funding needs, whether it's by reallocating their own capital or by getting the county funding. But Mayor, to your point, with the provision that we have inserted into the contract, we are not closing on the real estate until they have proof of the funding.
Anything else?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Jennings, anything?
No, sir.
Okay. Discussion items 14.1 is the incubator. You do have a two-pager from Amplify. Unfortunately, they also put in a county ask, and the county said, well, because the Clearwater City Council didn't support the money for the incubator, they really thought that the application should be withdrawn. So I would like to take action on Thursday. I would like to allocate the $250,000 from the ARPA funds for the incubator and hopefully get that application with the county in process. So beyond that, we can discuss it further on Thursday because it'll take a vote. Yes, ma'am.
So I met with Amanda Payne after, the last council meeting where I advocated not to allocate $250,000 to a program without any kind of business plan. And so she met with me, and it was a very good meeting, and it sounds like a good program. One thing that she informed me of that you might have known, but I didn't, was that Amplify is applying to the county for a $180,000 grant contingent on having a business incubator in this location, a location that they want to relocate to. She explained either she had a long-term lease somewhere out on Courtney Campbell, or a more attractive storefront or location is at Creative Contractors, right by the trail in downtown. That all sounds great. I think, the idea of an incubator is good. I'm not against it. Again, it's about process and procedure, and being transparent about that. I don't want to leave $180,000 on the table for something that could certainly would benefit us. But I would say that if you want to allocate $250,000 for a business incubator, and it's, a one-pager front and back, that we're setting a precedent that this is how we're going to allocate ARPA funds, that this is okay to do. And, if the next group or organization wants to come forward with a statement like this, then that's how we'll be operating. And so, I do have some concerns about that. I was also at the St. Pete College information session at North Greenwood last week and talked to Dr. Griffith about, what a great, especially if they're creative contractors, straight up Drew, you've got great partners at our community college that might be looped in. We have Dr. Michael Brune locally, who has Business Owners of Color organization that seeks to support small businesses and entrepreneurs. So that there are lots of wonderful options and possibilities. I just feel like we're kind of put in this real tight time frame to not lose $180,000, which is legitimate. But again, it's, $250,000 is a lot of money without a real business plan. So.
All right, anything else on that? 14.2, Florida League of Cities Annual Conference Report, Vice Mayor.
So I went to the state Florida League of Cities Annual Conference over in Hollywood a couple of weeks ago and went to a number of sessions, and just thought I'd give you a brief overview. And considering the time, it'll be pretty brief. One of the highlights was the state awarded our Senator Ed Hooper the 2022 Defender of Home Rule Award for District 16. And that was great. He's, well deserving of that. What I find interesting about Senator Hooper is that in every venue I've been with him and he's spoken, he has really made the statement that locally elected officials need to run for state office because he thinks they understand better home rule and, you know, how best to represent the diverse populations in the state. So, you know, that's kind of endearing. The first session I went to was called You Lost Me at Home Rule, which is interesting. It gave a overview of how home rule started and the preemption and kind of how did we get there. And it was run by, it was put on by Ryan Matthews, who's a shareholder with Gray Robinson, PA, and Joseph Salzberg, who's also that. But here was the takeaway. So the takeaway was you need to work closely and develop a relationship with your state elected officials. And essentially you need to look at the language in the legislation and you need to advocate to tweak a word or two and be happy with that and go home with that. And that's about it. And he, you know, and this is nothing new to me, but you all might want to look it up if you don't know, but a vast majority of the preemption legislation is pushed by industry and by ALEC, which is the American Legislative Exchange Council. You can look them up. They're throughout the nation. And the other scary phrase that they used, I'm going to put it out there because it was a, you know, it was a packed lecture room, is the houseification of the Senate is what these two gentlemen used, which, you know, there's an understanding that the House kind of falls in line with leadership. The Senate has been a little more independent, but they used more than once the houseification of the Senate. Part of the information was it takes about $8 million for a Senate seat. It's increased tenfold. And the big players certainly are Florida Power and Light, spent $4 million last year. Senate Bill 280 will be back. That's a business impact statement. Sovereign immunity caps will be back, and probably net metering will be back. I went to another session which was called Florida Keeps Growing. Is Your City Ready? It was sort of a waste of time because it was like 8,000, you know, cities that were smaller. It wasn't real clear on that, the description, but that was interesting. I also went to DEI training that talked about House Bill 7, which is kind of the anti-woke that deals with legislation about doing diversity training in your municipality or businesses. And I won't, you know, go over that because there was a legal ruling on that on, August 18th or something like that, the Stop Woke Act. Here's what was interesting. I went to a session called The Science of the Story, How Voters Make Decisions, Why Some Messages Stick, and the Role of Hope and Fear in Modern Politics by Ryan Houck, who is a media consultant and communication strategist with Consensus Communications. But anyway, it was interesting because I was thinking about, as we talk about our referendum and communicate with people and, you know, how to get voters to understand and, you know, and some of the takeaways were to have a real proactive approach to communication, tell your own story, be prepared, look strong, be strong, avoid the pitfalls of partisanship. Community is the primary group. Prevent internal group formation. So as we go out and communicate at libraries, rec centers, or community meetings, is to speak to everyone collectively and don't allow little subgroups, you know, to form. Context is key. Generally offer very practical context and bring people to the largest group possible so they're all getting the same message rather than maybe a little smaller one. So that was interesting. Again, avoid subgrouping. Opinions are cheaper and easier. You don't have to fact check. They're merely entertaining. You want to keep things to the fact. Oh, and I hadn't heard this acronym before. You guys all might have. Avoid CAVE, which is Citizens Against Virtually Everything. Yeah, I hadn't heard that before. So I know some of those, but okay. So anyway, that was it. And yeah, and go to every group. He said, it's most effective at non-advertising in city campaigns, dog and pony events, every HOA, Rotary, group meeting in town, go there and communicate that way.
We're going to do that.
Yep.
So
Yep.
they're scheduling it all. We do have a local cave group, so every city does.
Yeah. Yeah, so it was a good
Well,
conference.
thank you for the update.
Yep.
All right, continuum of care, special notice of funding.
Yeah, so there's an attachment there. So I'm part of the Continuum of Care. I'm the vice chair, and this is the organization that hires the Homeless Leadership Alliance to apply for and manage fund distribution throughout the county. And there's a special NOFO. It's called a Special Notice of Funding Opportunity from the federal government. We have the opportunity to get over $4.7 million that may come to Pinellas County, and it has to be earmarked specifically for unsheltered homeless. So these are the street people who sleep under the bushes. It's our 80 families that are living in cars. And so, but it's an incredibly tight turnaround. I wanted to give you a heads up on it so that when they come to the council to ask for a letter of support, you know, you're not caught off guard. But it will be very quick turnaround, and that turnaround is on the attached PowerPoint. What was real interesting about this special NOFO from the federal government is you had to involve homeless, currently homeless or homeless people who have been homeless within the last 7 years in the development of the plan. So they had to, we were at Creative Labs for a full day session, all sorts of stakeholders, and probably 12 homeless people or recently homeless. A couple people live at Pinellas Hope and whatever. But they also, last Friday, we had a 3 to 4 hour meeting where the 21-page plan was submitted and they have to sign off on it. So they helped us proofread it, shape it, again, give their input, and then it'll be finalized, and then that's what you will be asked to support. So it was really interesting. Yeah. And then the next one, we good to go on the next one?
Go ahead.
Okay, so the next one is a request for us to sign on just a public statement. It's from the mayor, essentially.
And I already told Tammy I'm happy to
You all
sign
good?
off on
Okay,
it, so.
so September begins National Recovery Month. If you want to look on the agenda item, there are some pretty interesting stats from former Rep. Jennifer Webb, who's spearheading this, and yeah. And is there one more?
No.
Nope. Okay, we're all good.
Just new business, anything to be put on agendas in the future?
I do. So I have, last week we had our quarterly Tampa Bay Estuary program, or a couple weeks ago, policy board meeting, and I wanted to give you an update on that, so another work session. There's a nice booklet that I can share with you. And then I'm going to the State Affordable Housing Conference today, right after this, in Orlando, and I'll want to give an update on that. And then I'd like to have a discussion, or just for my information, how are those proclamations submitted and all that business? Because when Jennifer reached out to me, I didn't have an answer. And then can we have a discussion on where we have our understanding of where the new city hall is going to go? So we can have that discussion from the dais about our understanding of that. And those are the new items I have got.
Okay, anybody else? I did have a request from a gentleman in the audience whose nephew was one of the young man that was killed on Bel Air today, or on Bel Air on Friday. And at some point, I'd like to, we certainly had the presentation from Mr. Blanton, but I'd also like to hear from the chief at some future point on other things we can do. Unfortunately, there's a reason that they are accidents. But I'd like to hear from the chief at a future meeting. So, hearing nothing else, we are adjourned till Thursday. That was a long one.